Oh,
Oh, there you go. Looks like it.
thank you. Cup of coffee served. Thank you. Yeah.
So Euclid is a fantasy model. Bev is model afflicted.
Well, it's wrong.
Wait, Euclid is a fantasy. Have you read the book? It's called Euclid's Elements. That's really good. You should give it a look.
Well, it's
over.
wrong.
Yeah, well, probably one of the most perfect books ever wrote.
Well, it's
Mathematical
wrong
as well.
Well, it's wrong.
What,
Isn't it?
Euclid's Elements are wrong?
No, it's wrong, isn't it?
I don't know. You say it's wrong. Like, you've
Well,
just
on
said
a
it
surface-
three or four times there. But how is
Yeah.
it wrong? You just say in that Euclid's Elements is wrong. Euclidean geometry is wrong, Brenda.
Right.
This is getting old, Brenda. I mean, come on. You've got to do better than that. You're not going to sell many globes talking like that.
It's wrong.
Yep.
It's wrong because in the presence of gravity, space is non-Euclidean.
Hyperbolic geometry is not the same, right, as reality.
Okay, well, that's good.
However,
you did say it was in reality, though. So where would you find that?
It's a better description of reality than
Well,
Euclid.
it's wrong.
It's better.
What?
Do you have like the book on hyperbolic geometry with the author's name and all the definitions and axioms and all, or do you just
Should
add
be
it on as book 16 to Euclid? Like, what's going on?
Well, it's wrong.
so general relativity. So Euclid is a fantasy model. So Euclid is a fantasy. Bev is model afflicted.
Wait, Euclid is a fantasy. Have you read the book? It's called Euclid's Elements. That's really good. You should give it a look over.
Well, it's wrong.
So Euclid is a fantasy model.
That's child
Please
abuse.
don't be model afflicted like Brenda.
That's child abuse.
Bev,
That's child abuse.
you are model afflicted.
Euclid is fantasy,
That's child abuse.
but space-time geometry is real. Wow, Brenda, you outdid yourself.
I have in my imagination land, trying to focus. Right. If I use Euclidean geometry
That's child
to
abuse.
describe reality, I have in my imagination land, which is real.
It's inherent in nature.
Well, it's wrong.
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn. You just on your own.
I don't understand the doublespeak. I don't understand the contradictions.
I'm not sure that I would call myself a diletheist. I don't understand diletheism, because that's what logic is.
Yeah, absolutely foundational, right?
And there are different logics with different axioms. Well, it's by imagination, so I can just bend it in my imagination. I'm not sure that I would call myself a diletheist. I don't understand diletheism. Well, it's by imagination, so I can just bend it in my imagination.
Can you explain to us why they disagree?
That's child abuse. That's child
Because
abuse.
it turns out I can just bend it in my imagination. Space-time is non-Euclidean.
Well, it's wrong.
Euclidean.
Yeah.
One of Kant's
Don't understand.
well-known mistakes.
It's not my problem that you don't want to learn. You're just on your own.
Well, if the
You wanna-
current,
Pardon?
so if the plane is saddle-shaped, so I can
Plane?
just bend it in my imagination. If the plane if you bend it, make it saddle-shaped, then
It's not a plane then, Brenda.
You think things are double-speak, but that's because you don't understand. Well, if the
You want to...
current, so I can
Pardon?
just bend it in my imagination. If the plane is saddle-shaped, then
Plane?
that's if the plane if you bend it, make it saddle-shaped, then
It's not a plane then, Brenda.
If that
This
wasn't
is getting old, Brenda. I mean, come on. You've got to do better than that. You're not going to sell many globes talking like that.
so I can just bend
on.
it in my imagination. It's obvious to
Up
everybody.
your game, Brenda.
No, I have.
You're meant to be an expert at this, aren't you? Aren't you one of the best?
No, so I can just bend it in my imagination. Well-known mistakes.
Well, it's wrong.
I just understand.
It's wrong.
It's not my problem that you don't want to learn.
It's inherent in nature.
It's a description.
That's a quote. That's a quote.
what it is. They need Euclidean geometry to do all their stolen concept shit.
No reason, no logic, no wisdom, no worry.
As a front.
You're just on your own.
But in the back, they're doing their magic globe shit.
No logic, no answers to question.
Their magic globe shit.
You're just on your own.
Yes, that's what logic is.
Yeah, absolutely foundational, right?
And there are different logics with different axes.
Reality, yeah.
It's inherent. It's inherent in nature.
It's a
That's a quote. That's a quote.
Transcendental, relating to the spiritual realm.
If you read the second one, that's interesting. There-
Kantian philosophy. Is that what you're after? You like a bit of Kant? Presupposed and unnecessary to experience a priori. Well, I've heard QE say that a lot. Is that a better way of saying it? A priori.
Oh, Immanuel Kant introduced that kind of language. Well, actually, people have been talking about it before that, but he was the big man in the block.
The old philosopher.
Come to find out, that quote that I just
It's
spoke
inherent
is
in-
actually
it's
his
inherent
quote.
in
nature.
Oh, was it?
Ah, yeah.
No way. Kant
Yeah.
said that Euclidean geometry was what's that?
It's inherent in
to
it's inherent in nature.
nature.
Inherent in nature. Yeah.
Well, it's wrong.
That's a tough
Many
one.
people seem to quote Kant or whatever to saying that reality is obviously and clearly Euclidean.
Yeah.
That's child abuse. That's child abuse.
One of Kant's well-known mistakes.
Because I do actually
Yeah,
teach
it's-
my
it's
son
irrelevant.
geometry. So when you say we,
Yeah, that's child abuse. That's child abuse.
what, teaching my child geometry?
What? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, one to yeah.
And we are live.
Live.
Yeah. Welcome everybody. Free for all Fridays. We're talking about vertical planes. So, I mean, yeah, do you want to go?
Flying sort, not the flying plane.
Yeah.
The
geometric plane.
geometric plane. Yeah.
A two-dimensional. Buster just asked us, how would you define?
How would you describe it? Oh, define.
Yeah, a vertical plane. I said it's just a plane in the vertical position. And we were having a discussion about this earlier. In order to establish a vertical plane, you need 2 points at least to be able to establish the vertical plane. Because it has to have direction that you got the vertical plane established in.
Oh, you can't have a plane at a point. Not going down that one, are we?
Well, it is. It's different than the horizontal plane, isn't it?
Oh, totally, yeah.
The vertical plane, because the vertical plane works on two axes, the X and the Y. Whereas the horizontal plane only works on the one. Only has one coordinate.
Some people think it's a point, don't they?
Yeah, yeah.
Strange, I mean.
Yeah. So, did you have an objection to that, Buster, or you know?
Am I breaking up?
No,
Just to make
sounds
sure.
good.
Not too bad.
Just, I'm just thinking about the guys that I've watched use the equipment. Not a surveyor. But they hang the plumb bob. So they're in that X and Y, and then they've got the Z coordinate. Push that position. Then they shoot to another plumb bob. I would say that would define a vertical plane.
Yeah, from plumb bob to plumb bob. That's what I mean. You need to have at
yeah.
least two to have a directionality for the vertical plane, don't you?
The moment you said vertical plane, I thought of plumb bob. Bang.
Yeah.
That's what came to mind. I had
Exactly,
two hanging,
yeah.
one at the end of the wall, one at my end, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was saying a few weeks ago. Was that there's vertical plane segments, shared vertical plane segments, was what the job that the guys I watched do. Anyway, that's all.
Well, yeah, that's doing exactly that. Whereas I tend to see, I'm building a wall, so I see it before the plane and after the plane almost. Do you know what I mean? It's like it becomes real. It's I put up the profile or something, and it's a plane without the wall. You build the wall, and then there's a plane there.
Yeah, so
two profiles or two pump bobs. I mean, like they're on the corners. They're fastened to the corners, and
they're just using
slide
the shared vertical. They're just using the shared vertical plane segments to get a straight line from a bird's eye view of their maps. I was just asking about the vertical plane because it made me start thinking about it again.
Yeah.
Well, since we were talking the other day about the global horizontal paradox, it begs a question, right? In reality, everybody knows there's a horizontal and perpendicular to that is a vertical. Well, we had a big, long discussion this morning with Stark Otter. I don't know whether you guys got to see any of that. In which Stark Otter has a problem with the geometric plane and the understanding of what a perpendicular to a plane is and how that affects and how the understanding of it goes. So I'll get we had in our discussion this morning, I got the definition of so here's the first one. There you go. So there's the first book of the definitions of book 11, and I said I've highlighted all the important parts that I think you should know, which is basically the entire page starting from the beginning. But this goes to show that Euclidean geometry already has established definitions and proofs within the first 10 books of where they're dealing with two-dimensional plane geometry, which is the conceptual idea of you doing geometry of triangles and squares and circles and on a 2D plane. Well, book 11 is what we like to term the real geometry. This is solid geometry, three-dimensional. This is practical everyday geometry, where we realize those shapes and we put them into reality, show you how we use them: rise over run, slope, angles, measurements from the plane. So that's the definitions. Now, in order to show what he does is he redefines something if it needs to be redefined. I'm sure we've gone over this many times. So in this, he's just introduced solid geometry. So the first definition is a solid is that which has length, breadth, and thickness. 3 dimensions. A thing in reality is what he's saying there, because he's added the extra dimension into it. And that which bounds a solid is the superficies, just the surface of it. The outside. But he's careful to call it a superficies and not a surface. So that's all he's done. 3D and that which encompasses the solid, he's going to call a superficies.
Which a lot of people call the surface.
Well, yeah, but he uses surface differently later on. And planes, he uses all sorts of different things. So that's a word that obviously isn't in common usage anymore. It's not surface.
I've not heard of it.
Yeah, it's not surface because he uses surface later on. So it's a completely different thing. Okay, so, but then the third definition, right, because this is how important he deems this. This is what needs to be redefined. A straight line is perpendicular or at right angles to a plane when it makes right angles with every straight line meeting it in that plane. Every straight line meeting it. So that's from every side. All of the lines that meet it perpendicularly at right angles. That's the definition of a perpendicular to a plane.
Mm-hmm.
That's the first thing that needs to be redefined, because you've only ever done perpendicular on the plane, as in, i.e., the X and the Y. Well, this is now saying you can have that third dimension, like a perpendicular to the plane.
Yeah.
Which is a very obvious definition, and it needed to be redefined because he's never done anything like that before. And then number 4 is a build upon the one before. So now a plane is perpendicular to a plane when the straight lines drawn in one of the planes perpendicular to the common section of the two planes are perpendicular to the other plane. So you just develop the line. Like we were explaining before, with the vertical, you need another point, and you could just then develop that plane perpendicular to the other plane. Develop from the straight line. It's just an extension of the straight line to the plane. A point to a line to a plane. It's a very simple progression. Shouldn't be difficult for anybody to get. The problem is the horizontal plane, obviously. Some people say they don't exist anymore. So I don't know how you deal with that geometrically. It obviously leaves you in a bit of a weird state. But then you have a vertical plane. But if you can have a vertical plane, then you can have a plane perpendicular to it. And that would be a horizontal plane. But they can't have horizontal planes. So there's a big problem with vertical planes and the geometricness of the plane. Which brings the problem in about geometry and perpendicularity. Call it horizontality. Call it verticality. Any one of those will have a necessary accompanying perpendicular, because that's what happens with straight lines. You can have perpendicular and you can develop a line to a plane. It means you can also have perpendiculars to planes. You can have planes perpendicular to planes because they're straight and they're just an analog of straight, point, line, plane. Very simple, all of this sort of stuff. Well, it's what we've been doing all week. I mean,
Very important, though. Very important. No, I was going to say how important it is. Simple, but absolutely important.
Yeah, the perpendicularity of the fact that a straight line can develop a perpendicular, and we use those.
I mean, when you put the pen to paper and you do it, you know, it's quite something, you know, when you achieve what you started out to do, because it's all, you know, when you watch videos on geometry, and some of these guys or girls or ladies, whatever, you know, like, it's easy to them, and it makes it look like it's easy, but it's only when you get one yourself and you're like, right, okay, how are we going to address this? Yeah, and yeah, it's the elements is, you know, it's taught me loads. It's beautiful and simple, like you say, to start with. I mean,
yeah. See, look at that. I mean, it's on graph paper, might give you a bit of a clue, but it's just circles.
Mm.
But these lines that go across and up and down, they are definitely perpendicular to each other. The development of these straight lines within circles, and the diameter and the radius and the chord, and the individual straight line in between the vesica pisces of the intersection of the two.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
perpendicular.
beautiful,
You-
yeah.
And you can develop that into a plane. You can develop it into 2 planes. You can develop it into 3 planes. X, Y, Z. As everybody uses them for measurements and stuff. That's what we do. Okay, so we had that discussion this morning, and Stark Odder's got a really serious problem. He doesn't seem to be able to express what his problem is, though. It's like he's confused about what his problem is, but he knows there's some sort of a problem to do with perpendicularity and something about vertical and horizontal, but he can't quite put his finger on it, what the problem is.
Maybe he has problem with cognitive dissonance. He's maybe starting working on that. This is painful process.
Yeah. Yeah, but he's taken out on us, and it's very, very strange what he thinks he's doing. But yeah, the problems about this is that perpendicularity that obviously extends from geometry, basic geometry as well, just a circle. That is all this is, and you can develop the circle from the circle and join them together. It's right. So the perpendicularity of the obvious geometry can carry on and be extended to planes. Now, we found the global horizontal paradox means that if you put a model into horizontal and vertical, you end up having a problem. Now, the problem is similar to what Stark Odder's got. His problem. They can't explain what the problem is, because in reality, vertical and horizontal are used and measured to and from daily by reference frame by anybody that's taking measurements, particularly in the building industry. If you're ever doing anything for any measurement or anything, you are referencing either vertical or horizontal in every measurement. Because I would imagine that even if you were using the slope angle, you were trying to find a vertical or a horizontal. In reality, daily.
I was thinking about measuring a block. Someone else spoke as well, so I was thinking about measuring a block, but yeah, even then you're doing your parallel line there, which, you know what I mean? It's a straight line, sorry. Or
yeah.
Someone else going to say something.
Vertical and horizontal separately. You cannot directly measure a slope. You have to measure horizontal separately and vertical separately.
Yeah.
Because there are 2 different dimensions. You cannot confuse them. If you are using, for example, curved line or hypotenuse as a line of reference, you are automatically confusing 2 dimensions. So that's why we need 2 separate coordinate lines, and they have to be in 90-degree position to each other. Only in that way
Yeah.
it will work.
Yeah, and like every construction that I'm aware of has only ever used level and horizontal, plumb and vertical as the most importance. I mean, everyone knows that.
And here's one of the proofs of what it says within the definition. Now, the definition, I'll read the definition out when you're looking at this picture I've got there. It says, a straight line is perpendicular or at right angles to a plane when it makes right angles with every straight line meeting it in that plane. Now, the picture you can see on the screen here now has got AB, a straight line, vertical obviously, and a plane, MN. I don't know why they've done that, but that plane. Now, the line AB is 2 points. You've got point A and point B. Now, point B is the common to the plane. So there's your 2 points already of a triangle already set up, A and B. So now you've only got one other point that you need. Well, you could put it anywhere on that plane.
Yeah.
And you have to put it everywhere on that plane in order to make sure that it is always a right angle, to make sure that that line AB is perpendicular to that plane. It has to have and be meeting every straight line perpendicularly.
Mm.
It's a proof.
Yeah, that's nicely put. Mm-hmm.
So it's not just A, B, E. It's A, B,
D.
C, A, B, D, A, B, Z. No matter where you put any other point on that plane, you will develop a right-angled triangle. That's what perpendicular to a plane means. And that's how you do it. Now, when you do that, and you establish A, B, C, then you've developed a plane that is perpendicular to that other plane. That third point develops a vertical plane.
So this area of triangle is perpendicular plane.
Yeah. And every line from one plane will meet the other one perpendicular. Because the planes are perpendicular. Every line in one plane will be perpendicular to the other plane. It's a simple proof.
Yeah, exactly. If you dropped a plumb bob from the hypotenuse, they would be parallel to A and B.
Yeah, from anywhere along
any
that
of those
hypotenuse.
lines.
Yeah, it would still be perpendicular to that plane. And you can develop that triangle just like you can develop a straight line. And you extend it. And that plane could be extended. The other plane that it's on could be extended. And those planes would always be perpendicular to each other.
Yeah, extended, like you say.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
Now, could you make one of those planes vertical? Like Spot On just said, with a plumb bob. Yeah. You could have a vertical plane. And because you can have a vertical plane, it means you can have a perpendicular to it.
Yeah, I was going to say if that was if M is it, no, sorry, if the plane on the bottom was a horizontal plane, then you'd know that all the others were vertical. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. All of those triangles will be perpendicular to it. Individual planes that are all.
Is M the actual
I think
name of the plane?
And I think there's an N at the bottom corner as well, so I don't really know. But
Oh,
I mean,
shit,
we can call it M, plane M, if you want.
I wonder what it means now that you say it's N on the other corner.
I don't know. It's just a picture that I got up from the internet to show.
Oh yeah,
perpendicular
could have,
and
reference to something, couldn't it?
Yeah, and it shows that every straight line meeting it would be perpendicular. You know, it shows the definition.
It's like putting a tent up, pegging it down. Kind of. I don't take too much care for my that much care for the uprights in my tent. I don't have to get a level out for them. I let them go. But everything else has to be plumb.
So this is Stark Odder, and some of the stuff is people come into the Discord and say some really weird stuff. Stark Odder's the only globe geometry guy surviving.
Text though.
He's
text only.
Oh yeah, text only. Yeah, can't come and talk about any of this. He likes to say that he thinks that the talking and the chatting is for more clarity, but so I say, it established perpendicularity as a proven fact and builds from that in 3D. What exactly is your point? Because we were all struggling. What was he talking about? Nobody could understand what he was. He's got a problem with something, but can't express what his problem is. He says, it's a definition, not a proven fact. So he thinks a perpendicularity isn't provable. Like it's just a definition to him. Not a definition that is substantiated from geometric facts in reality and established within the book. The first bit, right? I mean, the first bit of Euclid. Yeah, I mean, it's just a definition. Yeah. It's not used within any of the proofs of Euclid geometry, right? At all. No, don't worry about that. It's just a definition.
Not that old shit, anyway.
Yeah. So he says, this is a classic quote, this one. It's a definition, not a proven fact. Jeez, Bev, you don't even seem to know what the words mean. And I say, all right angles are equal, right? Self-evident. One of the building blocks for proofs, elemental. Perpendicular, right? It is the building block for the right line and right angles. It's called that because right is the correct one, the straight. I mean, it's pretty obvious why it's called a right angle, and all four right angles are equal.
It's a true line.
Yeah. Self-evident, right? It's one of those axiomated things. And he says exactly, You've gone exactly what I said from the beginning. When you say that two planes are perpendicular, only one direction in a plane A is perpendicular to plane B. The other direction on plane A is not perpendicular to plane B.
Well, this is a Strawman. Because, of course, you can, like in this picture, the hypotenuse of this created triangle is not perpendicular to plane M. Of course.
Yeah, it is. It would make a right angle. Even if it was leaning, it would still make a right angle with the other plane. Just leaning over. It wouldn't be vertical. But every line in one plane is perpendicular to the other plane. Sloped, yeah, maybe, but every line meeting it would be perpendicular.
In that sense, yes, but
That's what it means. That's what it's saying. Every line meeting that other line within it would make a right angle. So the plane, when you get a plane that's perpendicular to another plane, every line meeting one plane from one plane will be perpendicular to the other plane. That's how it works. It just follows. Starkodder doesn't seem to think it does, though. Does anyone else agree with Starkodder? The only line that you could put on a plane that would not form a right angle with the other plane is a parallel. It's a bit, I mean, think about it for a bit.
Yes, I understand. I understand. So Starkodder is deceiving himself because he thinks that perpendicular plane, this triangle, is not perpendicular because is not perpendicular to AB line. I think that's why I think he's confused by this.
Yeah, he's got a massive parallelism that he's unable to look at. And obviously his parallelism is involving geometry. And that's a deep parallelism, right? Because if you can't see this sort of stuff, then you are literally showing people that you don't understand perpendicular. And if you can't understand perpendicular, then you shouldn't really be talking to people about geometric facts and stuff, trying to convince people. I've been asking Starkodder to do a presentation over at Blue Marble Sciences thing, because I know he won't come here. He doesn't want to come and talk to us. But he needs to be able to go and tell the Globers how this perpendicular thing doesn't work when you have planes that are perpendicular to each other. Only one direction in plane A is perpendicular to plane B. What direction is a plane? Does anyone tell me? How can only one of the directions on a plane be perpendicular to another plane?
It just doesn't make any sense.
No. It's obvious. He's got wrapped up in a parallelism. We were talking about it this morning. Bloods was saying, I just don't understand what he's talking about. And I'm like, yeah, you won't. Because it doesn't make any sense. It's literally gobbledygook.
Right. Yeah. Parallel at the intersection, parallel to itself and all that. Like, what? We're talking about planes. All right. Oh. A few hours, like, it was in first thing this morning, like, just on and on.
3 and 4 hours trying to convince people of things. Well, I think he was trying to convince himself, to be honest. But hopefully he can go over to Blues, which is where we're going to go in a minute, and explain to them how perpendicularity doesn't work. Right.
He's confusing, I think, planes with lines, because line, of course, can have direction and have direction.
Yeah.
Lines have direction, but plane plane doesn't.
Yeah, but I mean, when you say a line can have direction, do you know what direction vertical is?
Up and down.
Well,
Two vectors.
yeah.
Opposite to each other.
To us, though, a vertical is up and down. Right? That's the direction, up and down. Well, to some people, they'll have vertical as every direction. Up and down. And sometimes downs turn back into ups. That's only for advanced vertical thinkers. Those of us that live in reality and basic just have up and down. There's no need to consider any others. Like, you can't really have left and right being vertical because that's up and down. But some people can. Right, here we go. So, let's get these screens. Now, we're going to have a quick look at our good friend, Blue Marble Science again. Because I think he's struggling for content, so we're hopefully helping him out a bit. He might be able to go over this. So the problem with the verticals and the horizontal planes will become evident. SE showed us this clip. So here we've got SE to blame for this one. Right, here we go. Right. Volume up. This is Blue Marble Science. And he's titled it, What Proof Does Flat Earth Have? Well, we've already said we've got proof that the Earth isn't flat. We have. So I'm not too bothered about that. We've also got proof that vertical and horizontal are perpendicular to each other. And we've got proof of a horizontal test, a straight line test, a shared straight line segment, realizing Euclid. All of these things can be measured and done in reality, and we will be doing more of them. But this is Blue Ops talking about some people talking about stuff. So let's see whether we can hear this. Did you hear what he said? Hopefully we'll go back over
chat,
it
not
again.
really paying attention. Pay attention here, okay?
This was
Jesse has measured the curvature of the Earth, and he has
Very low.
measured the radius based on that curvature.
Is that loud enough for you guys? I think it's really low on here. Could you hear him? Soundly's going over the bit that's saying that Jesse's measured.
I can hear him a little bit. It's low, but I can hear him.
Okay, good. Well, Blue will be talking in a bit. Hopefully Blue's volume's a bit louder, because this is just them going over a video of us.
That's what Jesse did.
But what? Yeah, in Discord, not on YouTube.
Presupposing R anymore. Okay.
No, we have R.
It has been direct.
And Bell's about to pitch a fit now.
No.
He's going to somehow or the other try to claim that measuring those XYZ coordinates isn't really measuring, because you now actually have to do some math to go along with it. Amazing. Yeah, you actually do, Bev. The GPS machine doesn't draw the picture for you. It's up to you to do that yourself. Anyway.
The result of doing what's called a three points, three coplanar points.
3 coplanar points.
So this would create flat triangle, so to speak.
Yeah,
So
that's a triangle, right? 3.
No, that's triangle abuse, Bev. It defines an arc, not a triangle.
You hear that? 3 coplanar points. So want to hear it again? Is it?
You're a triangle abuser.
Yeah. 3 coplanar points. There we go.
3 points. 3 coplanar points.
3 coplanar points.
Make an arc,
So
of course.
this would create flat triangle, so to speak.
Nah, come on.
That's a triangle, right? 3.
No, that's triangle abuse, Bev.
3 coplanar points, and you saying that's a triangle. To Blue, marble science, it's triangle abuse. What would 3 coplanar points make, Blue?
It defines an arc, not a triangle.
Defines an arc, not a triangle.
See?
3 coplanar points is a triangle. Defining the plane, the 2-dimensional plane that the triangle's on.
But this violates Pythagorean theorem. If you are, for example, moving one of the vertices on the circle, you are keeping this right angle. So So the circle is that way. The circle is developed by one of vertices of triangle. So you are creating. You can create arc based on triangle, but still you have triangle with straight lines.
Well, you only need 2 points to form a circle.
Yes, of
3
course.
points define a triangle. I mean, it's pretty obvious. 3 points. The three, the apex of all of the angles. They're the 3 points. You connect them up. You make a triangle.
Yes, I'm talking about moving one. This is another thing. But if you are not moving, they have their own place in space. Let's say these 3 coplanar points, and they are not moving. They are creating triangle only, nothing more, nothing less.
Yeah, it's just a triangle, 3 coplanar points. There's no need to confuse anybody with anything. It's just that blue marble science thinks that 3 coplanar points, if you mention a triangle, that's triangle abuse.
I don't really understand what this expression means. What does it mean, triangle abuse? I don't understand this.
I don't know. He wants to be offended about something. I don't know. Listen to it again now, right?
The GPS machine doesn't draw the picture for you. It's up to you to do that yourself. Anyway.
The result of doing what's called a 3 points, 3 coplanar points.
3 coplanar points.
So this would create flat triangle, so to speak.
Yeah,
So
that's a triangle, right? 3.
No, that's triangle abuse, Bev. It defines an arc, not a triangle.
See, why is he having a go at me? Paper that was said that it was a flat triangle. Not me. I just said it was a triangle.
Why is he saying that? Why is he saying that?
What, that 3 coplanar points don't form a triangle?
Nonsense.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he's model afflicted. Maybe he wants to put curves into all sorts of things. Who knows?
Yes, that's why I said flat triangle, because I was aware of that, his abuse.
Yeah, it triggered him. Triggered him to have a go at me with triangle abuse. But a triangle is just 2-dimensional. The 3 points define the plane the triangle is on, the 2-dimensional plane that the triangle's on. Any 3 points in space, anywhere, in reality, will form a triangle. And that triangle will be on a two-dimensional plane defined by the 3 points that you're talking about. So, good. Nice try, Blue, but, I mean, you're obviously wrong. Give us a wally and say, yeah, I'm sorry, that was definitely wrong of me. There's no arc. It's just 3 points.
Thank you.
Coplanar points.
So
They're
therefore,
coplanar
no
edgewise,
radius.
like as if you're looking at the arc end to end, right? That's
Yeah,
the
this is-
coplanar he's talking about,
a
not looking at it on the side.
Yeah, coplanar in a vertical plane.
Look what we've got. Thank you very much, Blue. You want to hear that again? I think is that Sean H? It's a long time since I've heard his voice. Good to hear you back, Sean. Listen to it again.
So to speak.
Yeah,
So
that's a triangle, right? 3.
No, that's triangle abuse, Bev. It defines an arc, not a triangle. Thank you.
Coplanar points.
So
They're
therefore,
coplanar
no
edgewise,
radius.
like as if you're looking at the arc end to end, right? That's
Yeah,
the
this is-
coplanar he's talking about, not looking at it on the side.
Yeah, coplanar in a vertical plane.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's Blue and Sean. You know, these are geometric geniuses. So they're talking about a vertical plane. The 3 coplanar points that we are talking about are 3 coplanar points on a vertical plane.
So they are abusing triangle.
No, it's just the 3 coplanar points on a vertical plane.
Yes, but while ago he was accusing you about triangle abuse.
Well, yeah, he thinks everything curves, doesn't he? He says arc, but he thinks a straight line, right? He when he says arc, that's only a model affliction talking. You know, he thinks straight lines. I mean, he's talking about 3 points, so they're definitely straight lines between those 2 points. But he just thinks an arc is a straight line also. It's Blue. You know what he's like. He does these little jokes. He likes to leave little breadcrumbs of mistakes all over the place for everybody to spot. So that was one of them, the arc one.
It's filled with them.
Yeah. He does. He likes to have these jokes where he says things about us, like triangle abuse. It's a vacuous statement. It doesn't really mean anything. You can't abuse triangles by saying that they have 180 degrees and 3 coplanar points define them. I mean, that's not abusing triangles.
Not an arc. That wouldn't be triangle abuse, would it? Calling a triangle an arc.
Well, a confusion, right? It's just a straight line confusion on Blue's behalf. But we have established now at least 2 people, Sean and Blue, are agreed that Jesse Kozlowski, when he drove over the bridge in his car with the little doodah thing on the top, like a police light, but it's not. It's a surveyor thing.
What speed? Do you remember what speed he drove at?
Normal speed, I don't know. You'll have to ask Rick here what sort of speed everybody drives over there. Because he won't have been doing 5 miles an hour, will he? He'll have been doing an average speed.
Like 80.
Yeah.
Or something.
Yeah. Surveying at speed.
Let's get over this.
Yeah.
Let's get this done.
Let's do this shit. Surveying the land. Everybody could do it. You should put one in every car and just track it all. Yeah.
Yeah, Google, or well, you know, that Google probably give him the idea.
Yeah.
Vans going around, you know, mapping, taking pictures of everything.
I've never seen a surveyor with a thing on the top of his car driving around doing this. So this isn't usual surveying techniques. But what Blue says, that it's a vertical plane, which will come in handy later on when we get to understand how surveying principles work. Here we go.
Surely all they
Yeah,
would
if
have
you have
done
a
is present the, you know, the bridge or whatever. You know, they'd just go and get the elevation drawing, wouldn't they?
Yeah, elevation, yeah. Vertical plane.
That's
Vertical
a
plane,
lot
right?
easier than driving over the bloody bridge and doing that. They can't get the drawing.
It's on a vertical datum, right? So the fact that he's measured a vertical plane will be handy because we can directly reference it to a vertical datum. It's genius. I'm glad they've sorted this. Here we go.
plane
Listen.
that passes through those 3 points. That's what he's talking about.
Yeah, it's not.
Here we go.
3 points. Three coplanar points.
3 coplanar points.
So this would create flat triangle, so to speak.
Yeah,
So
that's a triangle, right? 3.
No, that's triangle abuse, Bev. It defines an arc, not a triangle. Thank you.
Coplanar points.
So
They're
therefore,
coplanar
no
edgewise,
radius.
like as if you're looking at the arc end to end, right? That's
Yeah,
the
that's-
coplanar you're talking about,
they're
not looking at it on the side.
Yeah, coplanar in a vertical plane.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, if you have a vertical plane that passes through those 3 points, that's what he's talking about.
Yeah, it's not coplanar on the horizontal.
No, it's not coplanar in the
Okay,
XY
yeah.
direction.
Right.
What we think of as the XY. It's coplanar vertically, like you took a slice through the center of that bridge. Vertically. All the way down.
Just like you take a slice through the bridge vertically. Like an elevation profile. Yeah? A vertical slice through the bridge will be able to have elevation profiles. Because, handily enough, all elevations are measured on a vertical datum too. And he's got a vertical plane. I would imagine there will be elevation profiles coming from Blue very soon. Seeing if we've done a vertical.
Down to the chord line. That's what Jesse was referencing.
Down to the chord line. Did you hear that? Coplanar points. Listen.
So
They're
therefore,
coplanar
no
edgewise,
radius.
like as if you're looking at the arc end to end, right? That's the
Yeah, that's-
coplanar you're talking about, not looking at it on the side.
Yeah, coplanar in a vertical plane.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, if you have a vertical plane that passes through those 3 points, that's what he's talking about.
Yeah, it's not coplanar on the horizontal.
No, it's not coplanar in the
Okay,
XY
yeah.
direction.
Right.
What we think of as the XY. It's coplanar vertically, like you took a slice through the center of that bridge. Vertically. All the way down to the chord line. That's what Jesse was referencing.
All the way down to the chord line. On a vertical plane. And a vertical datum is what we measure elevations on. So that's handy, isn't it? I mean, Jesse says you can measure it. Blue's saying that it's the vertical plane all the way down to the chord line. A measurable thing, obviously. I think he's going to be looking for a 90-foot hump in the middle there, though.
I was going to say, what is that measurement? Yeah. 90 foot.
Well,
But still, all
28
vertical
meters.
lines, all vertical lines would be perpendicular to this chord line. So it would create problem for them.
Yeah, the chord line would be where you can establish a horizontal plane. Wouldn't it?
Yes.
Perpendicular to the vertical plane that he's talking about. And we'll go over a little bit in a bit where Blue does expressly say that chord line is horizontal. So we've got a few little links putting together now of how to build up a geometric understanding of what we're talking about. with the help of Blue and Sean and Jesse Kozlowski. It's handy.
Yeah, I mean the measurements over the bridge were the same distance from the water. You know, they're all not the measurements he says that he's got for the GPS or whatever, but although they were at the same elevation all the way across.
Well,
that bridge
they were 5.8 meters above mean sea level. I don't know what the level of the water was in the thing, but he didn't measure the water, did he? The bridge is a certain height above the water.
Yeah.
But not measured.
For some reason, I just thought there was a GPS link to. Oh, it doesn't matter.
So,
mean sea level, yeah.
Yeah, it's just 5.8 meters above mean sea level, all the way across.
Yeah.
And then he has a straight line from one end to the other. And then he thinks there's a 90-foot hump in the middle when we relate the two together. We'll go over that in a bit. But I just thought it's quite interesting going over this. So he's developing a vertical plane down to the chord line, and the chord line would be where you could establish a horizontal plane perpendicular to the vertical plane. Here we go.
But Bill has a real hard time with this.
3 coplanar points.
In 3D would describe a circle.
Would describe a circle.
Yeah, Bill.
That's
in
it.
3D, coplanar strict contradiction.
They could describe many circles, wouldn't they? Because you only need 2 points to describe a circle.
But on that plane.
What did he just say? It would describe many circles. What the hell is he talking about? Anybody?
I'll tell you, Blue. You only need 2 points to describe a circle. It's in here. I've got my book here, handy. I will just...
What is he talking about?
Yeah. Oh, well, what's he talking about? In the postulates, right? Postulate number 3 in my book, the actual postulates. It says, and that a circle may be described from any centre at any distance from that centre. So you need a centre point and a distance from that centre. And that's how you describe a circle. It's a postulate. It's wrote out. These are the words. I've just read it out, word for word. And that a circle may be described from any centre at any distance from that centre. That's a circle. In case anybody was a bit unfamiliar about what a circle is and how many points you need in order to establish a circle, Blue seems to be struggling. 3 points describe a triangle, the plane that the triangle's on. You only need 2 points to describe a circle. So if you've got 3 points, you can develop many circles from one point to the other. It also is the formulation of the triangle, and we don't want to get into the geometry of it, but the triangle and the circle are very closely linked, and there are geometric proofs involved in all of the circle and the... But yeah, I don't know why Blue's struggling to understand a triangle, circle.
Did that make sense?
He can make a bunch of circles on the same plane. I don't know. Actually, you only need 1 point for a circle.
Well,
right?
Well done, Sean.
1 point.
You only need 1 point for a circle now. Genius. Genius, Sean. It's a good job they've got people like that over there working tirelessly.
You need a center point and some point on the circumference of it.
Well,
If
yeah,
you- if you
to
re-
mark the circumference. Yeah.
Yeah, that way you could define a circle that way, but with 3
Describe a circle, not define a circle. Describe, as in the motion of scribing a circle, a round, a point. Blue, not define, describe.
3 points, we're not talking about the center point. You don't need that. You just
Yeah.
need 3 points on the circle.
Yeah, true.
And
That's true.
Any 3 you want. And from that, you can easily figure out the radius of the circle. It's not a...
Wow. 3 points. He says you've got to put them on the circle to describe the radius of the circle. But if they're just 3 points, do you have to put the circle there? Or is it just a triangle? What's Blue imagining here?
I think he's confusing something here because he thinks that the triangle becomes previously, and after that we can create circle. But you don't need triangle to create a circle. You need only distance between 2 points. So you can say that you need line to this, and this line is radius. So distance of 2 points is radius automatically. So I don't know why he is struggling with that.
I'd say this is a paralogism that he's got that's clouding his view, right? There's an answer that's very obvious, but looking at that answer may have consequences, dire consequences, for a model. So they're unable to see it. I call them paralogisms. They're blinded to them. They're unable to see them because of the dire consequences of them accepting what it is that they're looking at. The problems with circles and triangles, obviously. Straight lines, I think, is the root of it, though.
A big deal. Although Bill's going to try to make it one. Hey, shout out Digital Demonic Davros for $5 Australian. Says at the age of 12, I was doing quadratic equations and plotting them on XY graphs. Then had to create a YZ graph to plot Z coordinates. Strange that. Yeah, that's about right, Digital. Most youngsters by the age of 12 don't have any problem with this. I don't know what that says about Bev and his crew. Well, yeah, I do, but I'm going to keep my mouth shut.
Plane.
Yeah. 3 points would describe a triangle or the plane.
But this radius should be in the opposite direction, on Z coordinate line. So, but if the plane is planar or coplanar, we cannot have a third dimension. Where is the third dimension here?
Right.
Third dimension.
That's part of the trick. So the moment he says 3 coplanar points, you're forced into saying what that plane is. The orientation, right? Now, he didn't say what the orientation was. So what did you imagine? Which orientation of plane did you imagine he's talking about? Because there are 2 very different things here. He's talking about surveying, driving over a bridge, talking about 3 coplanar points, 1 at each end and 1 in the middle.
Oh, so he's creating a vertical plane.
Hey, there you go. See, you imagined a horizontal plane, didn't you?
Yes, of course.
Right.
The first thing you can think that he's talking about horizontal plane.
Yeah. Yeah, because all of the points are on the same 5.8 meters, right? All the way across. So when he says 3 coplanar points, 1 at each end and 1 in the middle, you would imagine he was talking about a horizontal plane. I did.
Well, not if you saw the picture that he drew, the drawing that he made. I don't know how you could imagine that as horizontal. It has to be vertical. I don't see any way around that.
There you go. Blues looked at a picture and determined it has to be, because he did just say that, from a picture. Well, I'm going off geometric surveying principles. Going off the elevation measurements of all of this stuff that goes across the bridge. The understanding of how it all works. I don't have a hump in the middle. Me, personally, I don't. I can't even comprehend how you would even imagine there's a 90-foot hump in the middle of that bridge. Vertical, 90 foot. I really can't understand it myself. But Blue's going into it, jumping feet first. Good on you, Blue.
How could you not understand that? It astounds me, the effort these guys put into misunderstanding things.
But that's not what he's talking about. He's doing a little magic trick. He's talking about a vertical plane, but unwittingly, he hasn't realized that there are no geometric vertical planes on his model either, which any self-respecting globe surveyor should know. Never mention horizontal and never mention vertical planes. They can't exist because the geometric perpendicularity would require a horizontal plane, and horizontal planes don't exist either. So fail all the way along. But that's one
they're
of his
imaginary.
tricks.
They're imaginary. It's
3
the
coplanar
theoretical thing created with our measurement.
Yeah.
Of course, they don't exist in real life. Jesus.
In no reality that I'm aware of do those planes actually exist physically.
Yeah.
That's idiotic.
Yeah, it's like longitude and latitude. You don't get in a plane to see lines spray painted on the water.
Be kind of handy.
These people are idiots. Yeah, it'd be handy. Well, they actually did put markings like huge.
He's doing the lines sort of thing, isn't he?
No, we are idiots because we don't understand that that we have curved globe.
No, he's not said that. No. Don't inject shit that they... Let them do that. All he's saying is the horizontal planes aren't... They don't have lines.
Yes, because he said that this is not real, of course.
Yeah, they don't exist because they're 2D. It's a plane. It's a geometric concept.
Yes.
Of course they don't exist, but what I'm saying, they're not quite hearing it, is the geometric horizontal plane doesn't exist on their model.
Yes, their geometric model.
Yes. Yeah, they can't even have the concept of horizontal on their model. But they agree, because they understand reality, that horizontal planes do exist. So they're confusing themselves. And now they're agreeing, hopefully, that vertical and horizontal are actually useful for measurement purposes. I think.
Yes,
that's where we're
he
going.
Said that already.
Yeah.
He said that already.
It's good.
Huge concrete letters and arrows and stuff on the ground before we had GPS and good maps.
Yeah.
So that pilots could, see where they're going from the air. You
Yeah.
can still see them all around the United States.
That's a fact. This is really not this hard to understand, but as I say, these guys, it just always astounds me how hard they're willing to work at misunderstanding things.
I'm not aware of what we're misunderstanding at the minute. It seems like we're one step ahead of them. We're telling them that their horizontals and verticals do exist in reality. You can use them. Everybody uses them daily. But on their model, they don't. You can't use them on their model because they don't exist to be used with the same concept geometrically. Blue will explain it. Go on.
I think that he says that we don't understand because he's talking to his audience, because I think his audience doesn't understand what he's talking about.
Yep.
But they will understand that we don't understand.
Yeah. Yeah, it's much easier for them to understand that we don't understand. Then they can pretend to understand blue, and then they'll be in the position of superiority with us not understanding it.
Yeah,
it's an old tactic that they've been using for quite a while.
Yes, of course. Old trick.
It's very simple, all of this stuff. Very, very simple. If anybody wants to come in and have a chat with us, and we'll go over it with them. We don't mock anybody for any of this stuff. We know some of this takes a little bit of getting used to. The simplicity of it. Advanced simplicity. Points? Everybody
like
who's thinking about normal surveying on the elevation, what they're talking about, would imagine they're talking about a horizontal plane, but not Jesse. He's surveying, and when he surveys those points, they're all must be in a direct straight line.
Yeah.
'Cause that's the only way you could have a vertical plane.
That's right.
Yep.
That's right, Bev. And that bridge is as straight as an arrow. And if Jesse was a little bit off center of that lane he was driving in, it's really not going to matter. You're 6,400 kilometers away from the origin of the ECEF system. You're really not going to see it if it's out of line slightly.
What I was going to say before.
So he's talking about a vertical plane, and then he's saying, you're not going to tell if it's slightly out of line, i.e. not a vertical plane, with a bit of a, not on the vertical plane.
So what about this alleged visible hump in this picture is doing there?
Oh, well, we'll get there in a minute, hopefully. Fingers crossed. Blue's going to explain. I hope.
It's like they try really hard not to understand something. I had a buddy who he put more effort into not working than he did work. He was so lazy he worked harder not to work than he did to actually do work.
Yeah. Kind of characteristic.
Cool story, Pro. The only way. Hope he didn't swap lanes.
Oh, there we go.
When he went over that bridge.
Yeah, that would have made
he'd be lying. He wouldn't be able to have a vertical plane.
That would have been a huge problem, wouldn't it?
But
he might have been off
this
that.
is a stolen concept fallacy.
What?
That he's about to do. But people aren't seeing it. Because he's so ambiguous. He's so vague about what he's actually talking about. It doesn't actually make any sense.
Anybody that's ever watched that video that Soundly and Jesse did has no problem understanding it, Bev. Trust me. Just a handful of people like you. You're the only guys that don't understand it. The rest of us get it just fine.
See, now this is good, because if it's 3 coplanar points and they're on a vertical, even though they may not be vertical, but it can be close enough to be in a vertical plane, says Blue. No way of verifying it, but, you know, close enough, says Blue. Then the one line will be called the baseline, and the other 2 arms would be sloped. That's good, because what he's about to do is a stolen concept fallacy. And like I say, he went, what? As if they don't even know what it is. Well, look it up, guys, and see if you can do it. Wally's been here for ages. We started talking to Wally about his stolen concept fallacy. He didn't understand it. He can't see what it is. We've talked to many people about it. I'll leave you for a bit and let the boys, the ones that are listening in. Stolen concept fallacy. A big one. About to come up.
So I selected one of my beginning points, one in the middle, and one at the end. I'm making
one at the beginning, one at the middle, and one at the end. Making sure
that I didn't pick one of the humps. I wanted to make sure I was picking, you know, the points here on the level spans.
On the level.
So
Point on the level span.
This is one line, because this is he's looking from above, I think. So this creates one line and 2 points and one in the middle, but you can see that this is a line because he's looking perspective from above, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, this picture he's got here looks like it's a radius, right? Where's this 3rd point? What exactly is he trying to do with this? This picture bears no relation to what he's talking about.
Best I can tell, the best I can tell, that's not Jesse's picture. I don't remember that one. I think this is your picture, is it not? I'm not sure, Bev.
No, it's a picture of Soundly and Jesse. There is a guy on a clown on top of a ball floating across the screen. But that's not what we're talking about. He's just got a picture of a straight line, vertical, straight line on the screen. Not 3 coplanar points at all. Just a straight line, vertical. That's Jesse's. Not mine.
I don't remember that. Maybe you ought to just let the thing play.
Wizardry.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Right. The lower deck, as I call it.
And bam, there's the radius of the Earth.
Let me pause.
And he just does say that, and bam. Got 3 points, and bam, radius of the Earth. Magic trick.
No, measurements, Bev. 3 points in space that will not lie in a straight line. That's a curve. Not bam. Wizardry, bam. That's a damn curve. That's what you measured.
3 coplanar points is still a triangle.
Yes, and still showing only a line on the screen. This is lying by association. He's talking about something else, but he's showing line.
Yeah. And well, he went, and bam, there's the radius of the Earth. So 3 coplanar points, and bam, there's the radius. Look at that. Ooh, there's a radius. There's a straight line on the screen. Boom. Magic trick.
Magic, yes, yeah. Magic trick. Snapping the one.
Boo, poof. Poof, magic.
Bam.
Out of nowhere. 3 coplanar points, a triangle. Boom. There's the radius of the Earth.
There we go, triangle abuse again. You guys...
Triangle abuse, claims Blue.
Need to stop that.
Soundly accepts it. Yeah.
You need to complain about that.
Here.
Go ahead, Rob.
There must be somebody that looks after those triangles. They're being seriously abused.
Seems to be. It astounds me that someone who claims to have surveying credentials and professes to understand this stuff in intimate detail has that little knowledge of math and geometry that he can't
Well, they
understand.
can't. They can't. They simply can't.
No.
You know, either they're lying through their teeth, or they don't. You know, it's you can't survey without understanding geometry.
That's a fact.
Yeah. Either.
That's a fact. You can't survey without understanding geometry. And one of the basics is that 3 coplanar points establish a triangle. Slope.
Not a radius.
Yeah. I know, Blue. I know. You've
They
been
are
told
completely
things.
not addressing any argument.
Yeah.
Nothing.
Yeah,
Just
they're completely
how things work.
misrepresenting it, right? You can see, right? There is a massive parallelism. And these guys cannot look at it. They cannot look at the geometric facts about how this jobs and these jobs and geometry actually works in reality. They can't look at it. They have to misrepresent it.
Either way, it must be exhausting.
True. I
Has to
agree.
be. Has to be. Yeah, let's see what else he's got.
It has to be. That's one of their favourite terms, that. It has to be. Just has to be. Why does he say that? It has to be.
Like a blue marble or marble of earth marble. It has to be Photoshop. It has to be.
Yeah. Everything has to be.
And just
Sure.
and just make sure that
Their
everybody
arms must
in
be
the
like
chat
massive
realizes-
from like all the hand waving, all that exercise you get from hand waving all the evidence away.
Yeah, I'm surprised they don't go airborne at times.
listening right
Listen
now
to
that may have
this.
started reading the chat and not really paying attention.
No, it's the
Pay
weight of the
attention.
BS that keeps them on the ground.
This was
Jesse has measured the curvature of the Earth.
No, he
and
hasn't.
he has
Damn it, Bev! Eat. Mute your mic and eat, or stop eating. That's irritating and rude, buddy.
measured the radius.
No, he
based
hasn't.
on that curvature. That's
Yes.
what Jesse did.
I did.
So there is no presupposing R anymore. Okay.
No, we have R.
It has been directly measured by.
Right? He is soundly telling everybody that what Jesse just did there was directly measured the radius of the Earth.
I got some bad news for you, Bev. Here's Blue telling you the same thing.
Yeah, look at
And
that.
Sean and Rob and OALM and Judy and Gigi and Carl K. Everybody with half a brain is going to tell you the same thing. The radius was measured this way. Jesse.
You getting that, everybody? All of the people, Blue speaking for everyone in that room on behalf of Jesse, telling everybody what Jesse did with 3 coplanar points. And bam! He measured the radius of the Earth.
Yes,
Blue really
said,
believes him.
he said he measured that way.
Yeah?
So this is a way of
Measuring.
measuring by not measuring.
Yeah, 3
Like Bruce
coplanar
Lee,
points.
Yes, fight without fight. Measuring without measuring.
The Earth. Look, there we
I
go.
got some bad news for you, Bev. Here's Blue telling you the same thing. And Sean and Rob and OALM and Judy and Gigi
Speaks of
and
himself in
Carl
the
K.
third person.
Everybody with half a brain is going to tell you the same thing. The radius was measured this way.
This way.
Jesse can get fairly close to it. Even though it's a short segment, you can get really pretty damn close to the accepted radius of the Earth.
Ridiculous.
Of course not.
Yeah, I know, but look how easily he's
For
fooled
the Earth to be
soundly.
flat, that number has to be absolutely huge. You know, it has to get to infinity or close to it.
Yeah.
And they don't understand that any value that's a small number, and what I mean by a small number, you know, anything in the thousands is a small number compared to infinity, and they just don't get that.
No.
What? Does anybody want to hear that again? The Earth.
I got some bad news for you, Bev. Here's Blue telling you the same thing.
Third person.
And Sean and Rob and O.A.L.M. and Judy and Gigi and Carl K. Everybody.
Never heard of half of those
with
people,
half a
to be
brain
honest.
is going to tell you the same thing. The radius was measured this way. Jesse can get fairly close to it, even though it's a short segment.
There you go.
You can get really pretty damn close to the accepted radius of the Earth.
Ridiculous.
Of course not.
Yeah, I know, but look how easily he's fooled
the Earth to
soundly.
be flat, that number has to be absolutely huge. You know, it has to get to infinity or close.
For the Earth to be flat, that number has to get to infinity. What number? 5.8 meters. That number.
Yeah, this hump.
What's he talking about? What paralogism is this guy holding? For any number, he thinks it has to be approaching infinity for the Earth to be flat. I mean, the Earth isn't flat in the first place. It's pretty obvious to prove that it's not flat. But for him to think there has to be a number approaching infinity, what number? It's really strange.
To it.
Yeah.
And they don't understand that any value that's a small number, and what I mean by a small number, you know, anything in the thousands is a small number compared to infinity, and they just don't get that.
No, I definitely don't get that, right? I don't get what a small number not being infinity has got to do with anything to do with this conversation that this man's having right now.
I think that he is talking about a radius, because if this hump was smaller, therefore suppose that the radius of the Earth should be greater. So if the hump is negligible, therefore radius should be approximately infinite. It would have infinite distance. I think what I get from his talk.
Well, I'm just thinking about the bit that he's talking about with the triangle. Like, what infinite, which one of the distances for that triangle and those three coplanar points would need to approach infinity for this to make any sort of understanding? We are only talking about three coplanar points.
Yes, but I think that he doesn't. He's talking about radius, out of topic completely. But I think that he is talking about radius of the Earth.
But he's not mentioning the radius, is he? I mean, so we can imagine what he wants to think. But now that you've mentioned that you think he's talking about the radius, he will now go, yep. Yep, that's what I agree with Paper. Paper knew what I was talking about.
Yes, but I am drilling his convoluted mind. So I am not sure, but I think it.
He'll take it. He'll take it, right? Because he doesn't know what he's talking about. But if you can think that he was talking about something, then he'll have that. You help them make their own arguments up for them. They don't know what they're talking about. So you're deciphering what you think they were talking about develops their argument.
It's not really an argument, but
I know.
But I'm trying to guess what he's talking about.
Yeah, don't try and get in the minds of other people. We'll wait until they tell us what they're talking about. I'll just go with the fact that I haven't got a clue what he's talking about. I mean, I don't know why one of those points would have to reach infinity for him to imagine something that he can't imagine. It's like he wants it to be flat, but it's not going to be flat because it isn't flat. It's just his reasoning. Doesn't
They don't
make
have
sense.
any understanding of that. I agree.
That little bit of wizardry that Jesse Kozlowski just did.
Yeah,
Sally's
with
falling
R
for
is
it.
6,000, 10,000, you know, you compare that to something by 10 to the whatever figure that you've got for infinity, it's massive, and so it's not flat.
Yeah. No, it's
You're
not.
just arguing about what R actually is.
Yeah. Yeah, the only question is how accurate is your measurement.
Yeah.
It's not that it's might be flat, straight, or whatever you want to call it. No, it's not that at all. It can't be. It cannot possibly be.
Not flat.
And this is not hard to do. My God. They give you, I mean, the GPS system gives you XYZ coordinates for each point. You can get that vector, as any grade school kid probably knows, simply by the square root of x squared plus y squared plus z squared.
Square root of those is Euclidean.
That's the length of it. That's how far it is from the center. And it's only after you apply, actually subtract the height of the ellipsoid at that point, and then apply the geoid to it, that you get the elevation that we're accustomed to seeing on our handheld GPS devices.
He's got an elevation profile shown on his handheld GPS devices, does he?
And he developed this from some geoid. I really don't understand what he's talking about.
You add the spheroid minus the ellipsoid and divide it by the geoid, and then you get your elevation profiles that you're used to seeing on your handheld GPS devices. Yeah, we go back and let's hear that again. I've never seen any of this surveying sort of stuff. Lou would know, though.
Might be flat, straight, or whatever you want to call it. No, it's not that at all. It can't be.
It can't be.
It cannot possibly be.
Can't be. Has to be
and
something
this is not
else.
hard to do. My God. They give you, I mean, the GPS system gives you XYZ coordinates for each point. You can get that vector, as any grade school kid probably knows.
You can get the vector of a point, did he say?
I missed that, maybe.
Yeah, I'll go back a little bit.
As any grade school kid probably knows, this is not hard to do. My God. They give you, I mean, the GPS system gives you XYZ coordinates for each point.
Each point.
You can get that vector as...
You can get that vector.
Vector from point?
A vector from a point, yeah. XYZ coordinate for every point. You can get that vector.
Any grade school kid probably knows, simply by the square root of x squared plus y squared plus z squared. That's the length of it. That's how far...
My lad wouldn't have a clue what you're talking about there, Blue. I can promise you that.
Far it is from the center. And it's only after you apply, actually subtract the height of the ellipsoid at that point, and then
subtract the height of the ellipsoid at that point. Where'd you get that from? Where did that come from? You've got a point now with a vector, and now you're subtracting what, a distance from a point? No way.
And then apply the geoid to
and
it.
you apply the geoid to the point after you've subtracted the ellipsoid. Get a point, subtract the ellipsoid, add the geoid, Bish bash bosh.
That you get the elevation that we're accustomed to seeing.
You get the elevation that you're accustomed to seeing. Like 10 foot above mean sea level, something like that.
This is complete nonsense what he's talking about. Complete utter nonsense.
Oh, they'll be loving it over there at Blue Ops, though, right? Jessica Zykila told him all of this. It's a good job that Blue's around to tell us how this GPS thingy works, isn't it?
Yes, it makes it obvious. Now I understand everything.
Yeah, you understand how GPS works. You put a thing on your car, go over, if you get 5.8 meters all the way across, what you do is you then get 3 points, 3 coplanar points, taking one from each end and one in the middle. You develop a vertical plane triangle. You can imagine there's a 90-foot hump in the middle. Then you get those 3 points. You individually subtract the ellipsoid height from a point, and then you add in the geoid, and then you've got the elevation points that you're so obviously used to seeing in modern day. You know, everybody, those elevation points. It's good.
This is so simple.
Yeah. Completely understandable. I mean, it has to be like that. Has to be.
As any grade school kid probably knows.
Grade school,
simply by the square root of x squared plus y squared plus z squared. That's the length of it. That's how far it is from the center.
Center
and
of what?
It's only after you apply, actually subtract the height of the ellipsoid at that point, and then apply the geoid to it, that you get the elevation that we're accustomed to seeing on our handheld GPS devices.
Seeing on the handheld GPS devices? Can I have a look at a handheld GPS device? Do you think Blue's got one there that he could show the team? Because the way he says that,
yes,
he says it's like we see on our handheld, like he's got one. Listen to it again.
Far it is from the center. And it's only after you apply, actually subtract the height of the ellipsoid at that point, and then apply the geoid to it, that you get the elevation that we're accustomed to seeing on our handheld GPS devices.
Yeah, he does. He says we're accustomed to seeing on our handheld GPS devices.
So GPS devices have inside this all math, this geoids, ellipsoids, and everything. It's in GPS device.
I think so. Yeah, the addition and subtraction of ellipsoids and geoids automatically. Yeah, I think so. I'm loving this, Blue. Loving it. Come in and well, just I presume Jesse's told you all of this. This is how GPS systems work on the globe. And let's have a look at your handheld GPS device, and then we can see what the elevation things look like on yours, Blue.
That by itself tells you the Earth had to be an ellipsoid. Or something awfully damned close to one.
Didn't he subtract the ellipsoid height? How can you get a point, subtract the ellipsoid height, add in the geoid, and then use that to prove that it's an ellipsoid? It means it has to be an ellipsoid because we subtracted the ellipsoid.
Sounds like a circular reasoning. Circular reasoning.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, nice. Nice.
Or it would never have worked in the first place. You wouldn't get those bridge elevations that are very accurate any other way.
What? the bridge elevations of 5.8 meters all the way across are there because they are the elevations of it. They don't need to subtract ellipsoids and add in geoids to a measured point, as far as I'm aware.
But these guys don't seem to understand that.
We don't. I definitely don't understand that. But Jesse, this is the bit that surprised me. Jesse agreed with him. He went, "Yes, I did."
So even if you repeated
Unless
that
that's his
experiment with a consumer grade GPS, you would still get a value of R. It might not be as accurate, but it wouldn't be anywhere near flat.
No, it won't be.
A consumer grade GPS system. You could do it with a consumer grade one. Drive over the bridge with your just one.
That is absolute fact. Most consumer grade type GPS equipment won't really very handily or easily give you the XYZ coordinates. It goes ahead and massages all that stuff. Adds in the or at least applies the geoid to it, even if it doesn't apply applies the ellipsoid, even if it doesn't apply the geoid to it.
It applies an ellipsoid and a geoid.
Or even not geoid, but only an ellipsoid.
Yeah, just one of them. Like one. If you do two, then you get it more accurate than if you only add one of them or you apply it.
Yeah, but
so I'm taking it. You get a measurement. In reality, you measure a measurement, and that gives you a point. And then what you have to do is you have to get that point and add something or apply something and subtract an ellipsoid to
sounds complicated,
does
and
sound
we
very
don't
complicated.
understand.
Yeah, it's a good job Blue's here because Jesse can't come and explain it. So well done, Blue, taking this mantle off Jesse, coming from that.
Not really paying attention. Pay attention here, okay?
This was
Jesse has measured the curvature of the Earth, and he has measured the radius based on.
You got to make a short clip of this.
Jesse has measured the radius.
I see what you mean
You
about.
reckon?
I see what you mean about
Yeah,
repeating things.
Yeah.
20 times.
Yeah, you don't want to be
guys talk for
repeating
a
that
second.
too
I gotta
much.
step
Yeah.
away for just a minute.
Come on,
Yeah,
somebody
they really
has to.
are something.
There we go. Come on, Sean. Now's
I
your
mean,
chance.
They might as well argue that the houses are flat. You know, we've measured those too. it's just remarkable.
Okay, I'm back. Well, let's go a little more.
He did.
I did.
So there is no presupposing R anymore. Okay.
No, we have R.
It has been directly measured by Jesse.
Big claim there, right?
Wow.
Yeah. Did you see how he did it, or did you miss it? Magic trick. Jesse, he did this. Everybody, take note here. Did you see what he did? Do you want to hear it again, just in case you missed it? This is quite impressive.
Computing the radius of the Earth using this bridge. So it's interesting. I'm going to take a look at this. I'm just showing you a couple portions of it. But look what I did. I took a sample, just creating that blue circle is the result of doing what's called a three coplanar points in 3D would describe a circle. So I selected one of my beginning points, one in the middle, and one at the end, making sure that I didn't pick one of the humps. I wanted to make sure I was picking, the points here on the level spans.
Right. The lower deck, as I call it.
And bam, there's the radius of the Earth.
Let me
see that.
Oh yeah.
I know you did. We'll leave everybody else guessing for a bit. We'll come back to it at some other point. But
I mean, does he think that someone
trick.
showing the measurements, explaining the measurements, explaining how it shows curvature, showing it in the calculator, he thinks that's magic?
That's what he keeps saying.
Okay. All right.
He's trying to convince himself, I guess, and the rest of his listeners that that's actually some kind of trick.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's called gaslighting.
Yeah, gaslighting. I don't know. Just lying is what I call it, but whatever.
They've been fooled by the trick. He hasn't measured the radius. You cannot measure the radius. It's impossible.
And this Jesse Kozlowski, he said that he computed.
Yeah.
First word was he computed. He didn't use word measured. He first said computed.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Far be it from me to call Bev a liar.
Oh, I'll do that
Pure
for you.
spell casting.
Pause you here and just make sure that everybody in the chat or anybody that's listening right now that may have started reading the chat and not really
Soundly's about to distract you.
Jesse has measured the curvature of the Earth, and he has measured the radius based on that curvature. That's what Jesse did.
I did.
So there is
He
no
didn't.
presupposing R.
Oh yeah, he did.
Okay.
No, we have R.
It has been directly measured.
It hasn't.
By Jesse Kozlowski.
No, it hasn't. Soundly says directly measured.
Yes, it means he went with the ruler to the center of the Earth and he measured.
He directly measured it, yeah. That's the only way to do it, which is a lie. It cannot be done. It has never been done.
Yeah, it is.
During Globe Earth Tourism 2019.
Yeah,
so
roger that.
Globe Earth Tourism 2019. What a good year.
But
Did it age well?
I noticed that he, Kozlowski, he said that he computed.
Yeah.
But this guy said that he measured. So if someone would accuse Kozlowski that he is lying or double speaking, he would say, no, I said I computed. This guy said I measured.
Yeah, but he did agree with him. Yeah. He agreed wholeheartedly. But I mean, who wouldn't?
Right, and you
Jesse,
measure the slope of a roof by computing the rise over the run. It's the same thing.
Yeah, it is very much the same thing. These guys love to try to tangle themselves up in that sort of pedantic bullshit argument. But that
let me point out here, the rise over the run. The rise would be directly measured, and the run would be directly measured. From those two direct measurements, you could compute the slope.
Yes. So, but he said both of them that computing and measuring it is the same thing.
Yeah.
So it is obviously not true.
Obviously.
That's all it is.
Yeah.
Just a ridiculous, pointless argument.
Love that, right? Oh, yes, I did. Oh, yes, I did.
Oh, yes, he did.
He didn't. But I mean, he's got Soundly to believe him that he did, and now Soundly's telling everybody. And now, did everybody hear how Jesse did it, or did everybody hear Soundly saying that Jesse had done it? Because I say that that's a shadow giant.
Say that.
A shadow giant. That's another odd term that they like using. Will someone please explain to me what a shadow giant is?
Okay, Blue. Shadow giant is when you stand upon the shoulders of giants and you realise you just stood there on your own. Then the only giants that you're standing on are shadow giants. You're not standing on the shoulders of anybody. You're just standing there on your own. Shadow giants are just imaginary. They're just other people that have said things that you've given a massive weight to. But they're just people. But then when you ask somebody, you know, what did the shadow giants teach you? What have you got to stand on? What are you going to work with? You realise they haven't taught you anything. There's nothing found in there. You still got to do the work yourself. That's what a shadow giant is.
They are only suggesting or auto-suggesting. They propose you to auto-suggest. So you can suggest yourself to do something in that way. And that's all. And this is sufficient.
It's good. It's good, this video, isn't it? It's good. I'm glad Blue's going over these things.
Not a clue, dude.
Anybody? I have no idea. Bill says that all the time. These shadow giants hide under beds and, you know, swing down out of trees, I suppose. I don't know.
Does he think they're big monsters, the shadow giants? Maybe we'll have to keep going over these sort of things a bit more often. You know what a shadow giant is.
Absolutely no damn sense to me. But that's just part of his babble.
Because he's about to,
No sense
he's
to
about
me
to do
either.
something here at the end. If you pay attention, he's going to turn to Jesse and beg the question. Because he adds on that, right?
Yeah.
Play it, listen.
R is no longer presupposed.
No, it's actually
was.
It's monumented.
In the monument to the curvature of the earth.
20 some miles long.
This idiot doesn't even know what monumented means. Has no idea what that meant. But he's a surveyor. He has surveying credentials and doesn't know what a surveying monument is.
Yeah, I want to say something about that. He claims to have gotten a certificate. He calls it a license, I guess, or certificate.
No, he just calls it a certificate, a basic surveying, land surveying certificate, a basic one.
In surveying, where he had to take a test.
Yeah.
In order to take a test, you need to read books. He said he's never read a book.
He said he's never read a book. I've definitely read books. Definitely.
So I doubt that he even has that certificate. Has he even shown it?
Yeah.
Yeah. This is again. Cast in doubt. Well done, Sean.
And doesn't know what a surveying monument is.
Yeah, I want to say something about that. He claims to have gotten a certificate. He calls it a license, I guess, or certificate in surveying, where he had to take a test.
Yeah.
In order to take a test, you need to read books. He said he's never read a book. So I doubt that he even has that certificate. Has he even
Well
shown
done,
it?
Sean.
Yeah, he's shown.
I
Such
think-
a genius.
Oh, has he?
Yeah, he's shown it.
Yeah, I think he just had something from like a trade school or like one semester in continuing education or something, so he could lay out a foundation. Or
Does that sound like Larry? Does that sound like Larry? It's a 2-year course, Larry. 2-year.
I don't know.
Yeah. He's changed his name. Shoe Bill, it's called now. Maybe Larry Scott or GPS or Larry GPS isn't working anymore. But yeah, he's talking about a surveying certificate, my surveying certificate.
Yes, because he is distracting because he is not addressing arguments. So he's talking about you.
Yeah, Larry's just come in talking about my surveying certificate. We've done plenty of stuff on Larry. Larry's the guy that told my son that triangles have more than 180 degrees. They have to. So that's the Larry Scott that we're talking about.
I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, even if he went to a trade school, they'd require him to buy a book, course book. So, I mean, is he trying to seem smarter than he is? Oh, I never even had to study for that test. I didn't have to read any kind of book. Is that what he's pulling?
No, Sean, I've just got a land surveying certificate. That's all I've ever said. I've done training for land surveying and building construction. Fair bit.
Who knows?
Well, it's all right line. It's all right line geometry. It's all right there. It's all right line.
Is that funny? He thinks it's right line geometry is funny. Straight lines. I mean, that's Larry Scott making a joke out of it. Or is Larry Scott just sort of saying it is just right line geometry? Because he's right. It is.
And welcome to Larry GPS.
Did I miss anything?
Not a lot. No. It was just Bev went back over this Pontchartrain thing and screwed it all up again last night, so I thought I might just have a little fun.
You only missed one thing 20 times.
Well, yeah, it's a typical Bev stream where he has to, his memory is so short, I suppose, or his listening abilities are so poor, he has to constantly back up 3 or 4 or 5 times and listen to the same little piece of tape. It's amazing.
Well, he probably thinks of more snarky
Just to get
things
clarity
to say about it as time progresses, so he has to keep going back. And
Did you, Larry? Did you get the point he just made that where he obviously doesn't understand what monument means? Did you catch on to that?
No, but I know Ordnance Survey has those observation pillars like all over the place that he makes reference to. Look, they've got all these concrete pylons, and they're all triangulated with horizontal distances. So those are the monuments. So he's talking about them. I guess he doesn't realize that a concrete pillar that's trapezoidal in shape is a monument.
Yeah.
Well, English is not his first language.
Yeah, let's see what else he's got.
Yes, he was talking about the bridge being a monument to the curvature of the earth. But Blue's done what a lot of people do. They've imagined that he means something else, and they've worked that something else into their own idea of what it is. So now Blue thinks it's a trig point. Just like a trig point on the top of a mountain. Except I don't think you'd do that on the bridge. Be handy to know if they do. Because it'll have an elevation mark on it, won't it?
So there is a mark or this is monument surveyors monument on the bridge. Yes,
it sounds
Or
like
not?
it. Yeah, that's what sounds like what Blue's saying.
Yes,
Yeah.
but Jesse didn't say that. I understood differently.
Yeah. Me too.
So, so here's what happened.
I thought
here.
Leaky was going to be here with his flat Earth proofs.
Oh, I haven't seen him. He was on Jose's show for a while.
See, Brian Leakey's not turning up. Look at the stuff that they have to go over when Brian Leakey doesn't turn up.
Something like that. But anyway, we'll let Bev mess this up some more.
I did a comparison of what.
Well,
and
that's
again,
why I
I'm gonna
had
sit here and
to write down some facts about what he said about main surveyor and his Alberuni being all over the place.
Alberuni?
Yeah, I think he might have been wrong about that.
We've not even started on
Yeah, he's over
Alberuni.
on,
Bring that in.
on Earth Awakenings.
Yeah, that's what I would figure. Anyway.
This myself, I just
That's right. You did
picked
not
these 3
sit there and
points.
calculate.
Did not sit there and calculate it myself. No. Listen to the words he uses.
But he said before that he did
measured it.
calculate.
He measured it. Now he's saying he didn't even calculate
He got
it
the same
himself.
radius I
Somebody
got.
handed it to him. The calculations.
I'm not at all sure that's what he said.
He said it was just all over the place. It was just all crazy. And I said, well, what's crazy about a perfectly good-looking, respectable, tight angle that returns 7/6R?
Yeah.
What? An angle that returns 7/6R. Fantastic, Larry.
That's not all over the place.
7.08. Yeah, 7.08. And my refracted radius from a plethora of observations, not to an ocean horizon, also got 7.11. So we're almost identical.
Yeah.
He's doing a dip angle, and I'm doing elevation angles. He's using ocean horizon. I'm using a fixed target at different distances.
Yeah.
Repeatable science, different methods, different maps, different. And I didn't use, so anybody knows, I had made a whole bunch of vertical angle measurements to a radio tower at various distances, and not using curvature or refraction. Just figure in the right line geometry. Should get the elevation just like, flagpole in the parking lot like you did in high school, right?
Yeah.
Well, you look at all the elevations, they decline purely by distance. Now, I didn't use geodetic software. I used least square best curve fit, and it came up with the same radius refracted, 7/6, as main surveyor.
Yeah.
Oh. Don't want to talk about him. Who did?
They have a funny definition for words
The
because
7.6,
directly
7/6R. That's not fictitious, and I always hate the way it sounds, but that's just an easy way to remember.
Larry, are you watching my live
Larry, are
stream
you
in,
drinking?
in Discord?
Tuning in now.
Yeah, because I'm playing this Bev thing, and you're not hearing it. So if you're not watching it, you can't hear it.
Oh, so I got to do it on YouTube. Huh?
No, not YouTube. All you got to do is go up there and click on my name.
Yeah, well, I
Or-
have a static screen now, but
Yeah, it's not running at the moment.
got the peach,
I've got it.
peach with his head sticking out.
Peach.
I've got. You should be able to hear it right now.
Space Peach.
To me, is different than using this online curvature calculator and measuring a little bridge and saying you directly measured the radius of the Earth.
From what? Can you remember? Or did the wizard trick work on you? Hopefully the songs haven't gone past you by that we've been putting out.
The three
coplanar points.
Coplanar points.
Yeah.
I caught that too. Jesse would use the term, he would say he calculated, and then Soundly would say he measured, which are two totally different things.
Yeah, you're right, Brandon. Calculating and measuring are complete opposites.
Exactly. So
And then
first
Wrong.
He didn't do it.
he took this data
that
with
sounded
the
like
GPS. It gave him elevation.
Right. Yeah.
So he's got these elevation points, and then using his WGS 84.
Nope, that is not what he did, Brandon. Or that sounded like Brandon. He did not take the GPS elevation data. He took the raw XYZ coordinate data, and from there, that's where he talks about calculating. Now you've got to get the distance from each of those XYZ points back to the origin. That's what Jesse did. The points were measured, but there is a calculation involved. It's still a measurement. Damn, how do these guys get this so screwed up?
Yeah, what we're going to have to do.
Right?
No. He took the points, right? Yeah, we took the points. The ones that we had for the chord, they were the first point and the last point. So he showed us the chord, and then 1 point from the middle that's on the level, right?
Which was 28 meters.
Which was
up.
28 meters higher. So, if they're 3 coplanar points,
But it wasn't 28 meters higher. It was at the same damned elevation.
Bev knows. Oh, sorry.
However, when you plot those points, they do not form a straight line. They form an arc.
Yeah. I mean, Bev knows this. Bev absolutely knows this. And the way we know he knows this is he was going to do this with those levels. He was going to show that all three, the center with and the end, they're all going to be in a straight line. He said, well, you need to measure between the endpoints, and then he completely dropped it. He didn't want to do it then because we
we've done it. We've done it, Sean.
caught on. We caught on to the game he was playing. And he knew that doing it the correct way would show curvature.
No, we've done it, Sean. There was no
It
curvature.
took about a split second to find the flaw in what he's doing.
Yeah. He's not dumb. He's just dishonest.
Too
And a
scared to
little
look
dumb.
at it, guys.
Yeah, there might be a combination of things going on here.
It's just low budget trickery, though. It's just sleight of hand.
Yeah. Are you hearing it okay now, Larry?
Wizardry.
Oh.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, okay, good. Make sure everybody's on board here. Let's listen to some more silliness.
What plane would they be in?
Cross section of the Earth.
Exactly. It makes no sense. That's
So
the
would
only...
would those 3 points describe a circle?
Yes.
No, they would describe a triangle. That's what 3 points do. Surely.
They could describe a triangle, but in his case, what he's using it for is to work out the dimensions of the circle.
Yeah. So that you've got a higher point in the center with a different elevation.
No.
I mean, I can open up. I
you
can
don't.
open my. Oh, sorry.
No, I'm just going to say, no, you don't have a higher point in the center, Bev. They're all at the same elevation, above mean sea level. The problem is, mean sea level is not a straight line.
It's a point. Everybody
but-
knows that. A datum point.
Yes, but earlier in talk with Sean Hawkins, I think, they just assumed that the level is curved. So they are using word elevation in different meaning, because they think that elevation is uh, above surface of the earth or water or whatever, but this is curved surface, therefore this is relative to so I cannot express this because this is idiocy, but they have curved level, therefore it is distance between earth and object, for example. It doesn't matter if it is on straight line or plane. No, it is on curved surface. Distance between earth and object.
Don't want to go over too much of this. I've got another clip I want to get out, but can't see what. Maybe we'll go.
Satellite is 124 3/4 inches, so that is 10 feet, 0.4 feet, 10.4 feet, okay, above the surface of the water.
There we go.
When I said,
well, there's the XYZ data.
5.8, 5.8,
Typical for one of the
5.8,
points.
5.8, 5.8.
This is
all of them 5.8 at the elevation.
That's X.
What's the 1183? The first column, the
11,833.
That's X. That's the X coordinate. 5,570.
Okay. So the 6.3, the last column is the distance to origin.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't know which column was X and which column was what. The last column I wasn't sure. Yeah.
Yeah, I pulled them out down here in this lower panel and showed X, Y, Z. I just pulled the data for the 6 points that I selected. And let's see. Let me skip forward a little bit. Well, let's see. I was showing actual positions. This is a video on my channel. But there you go. So I took that same this part, this front part, the first part is that same little panel that we were just looking at a minute ago. And there's the XYZ data, and the vector length then is the square root of x squared plus y squared plus z squared, right? Particular point, it's 28 meters from the chord line up to the actual curve defined by those 3 points. And this is not me doing anything. This is AutoCAD. All I did was point at that and ask it what the radius was. That's the number, 6,342,337
Blue's always got that fella on.
meters.
You must like him.
That's the curve that fit. So, and I think that's the other lane. And I think that's what Jesse came up with. So he picked different points than I did, so you get slightly different.
You're getting that. There's a 28.5 meter line. I'm going to try and keep it simple, and that's the difference between the chord and the top.
And pretty much you refuse.
Right. Back to the Discord. Enough of that. Now let me find this video from Blue. Oh, where's it? Right. I'll find this for you in a minute. Just a minute. I had it earlier. Is it this one? 45 seconds? It seems a little bit short. Oh. Am I back? Discord just shut down. We still there?
Yes, yes, you are here.
Discord just shut down. Okay. What? No way. What's going on? Every time I try and get this video from Blue into it. No way. Let me get one more try. No way. You guys getting that?
Why are you dropping from
Because
Discord?
every time I try and upload a video, a short video of Blue into Discord, it shuts my Discord down. Let me get these clips because I did put them in here earlier. Might be able to play them through this video path in here, hopefully. We've done a lot of stuff with Wally and his triangle today. It's been quite good. I can't remember. I must have put them in quite a bit earlier. What's that one? Let's see. Oh. This is, I don't know why it's doing this. Trying to upload a video into Discord. YouTube's still going. Yeah. Oh, here we go. This one.
Level is not a straight horizontal line. Let's see. Let's take a look at that.
I did not say that the level is not horizontal.
This is what Jesse did.
And bam.
He took a point over here on the left-hand side of the screen. He took a point.
Right. You guys, copy link. Paste. In the live chat there. You guys see that in Discord? Because I'm gonna have to go over it from the Discord. It won't let me re-upload this video. At the minute, it keeps shutting my Discord down, but I've already did it earlier. This is a video I made quite a bit ago about Blue and the Lake Pontchartrain, the bit that he's just been talking about, because he supposedly talked to Jesse Kozlowski to explain about this bridge. So just to go over the points, earlier on, Blue and Sean both agreed that Jesse Kozlowski measured a vertical plane. That's what we're talking about here. A vertical plane with a measurable distance from the chord to the top, right? That's a measurable. So here we go.
Level is not a straight horizontal line. Let's see. Let's take a look at that.
I did not say that the level is not horizontal.
This is what Jesse did.
And bam.
He took a point over here on the left-hand side of the screen. He took a point at the start of that causeway, and he took an end point over on the right-hand end of the screen, that yellow dot.
And bam.
And he drew the chord line between those 2 points.
I nailed that.
The ellipsoid is this green line that my cursor's tracing right now, right? And the causeway is this dotted red line up here. Now that green chord line is what you could call a horizontal if you wanted to.
Right, so blue says that the green line, the chord line, you can call a horizontal if you wanted to. Remember that the plane that he's talking about is a vertical plane, and the chord line, he says, you can call a horizontal. That means, put the two of them together, there is a vertical change from the horizontal in the center of that bridge of 28 meters. This is the claim that we've said is so ridiculous. A change from horizontal, a vertical change from horizontal in the center of that bridge that is not there at either end. At either end, there is a zero change from the horizontal, if you call a chord a horizontal. So either end, zero change. In the center, 28.5 meters vertical distance change from the horizontal. Carry on.
Level is this curved
on the level
green line of the ellipsoid, or the red line that I say is the actual causeway elevation.
I did not say that the level is not horizontal.
That's right. Jesse Kozlowski said he did not say that the level was not horizontal. Blue just did, but Jesse makes it plain he hasn't said that. Blue just did, though.
And the difference between those two is your GPS elevation. That's what
Blue said
GPS
that
would be telling
you
you.
can call it horizontal.
Oh yeah, it's measurable.
So he doesn't think that this line is horizontal because for him, real horizontal is curved line.
Well, he said the chord line, you can call it horizontal. The shortest distance from one end of the bridge to the other, I say, in reality, will be a horizontal distance. The shortest distance between those 2 points is that horizontal.
Yes, of course. But he is talking this way that he's suggesting you only that you can call it horizontal, but for me it isn't because I use another.
Well, he doesn't say
curved
that.
line.
You can't say that. No,
Yes,
no.
no,
He
yes,
says
this
this one up here is level. He imagines this hump. Right? He imagines that there is a 28.5 meter vertical height in the middle of that lake.
Yes, but he is not expressing this explicitly because he is very cautious. He know that he would be caught on on the lie eventually, so he is very careful. They all very careful with words.
He's not very careful, Blue. Blue's going to put a 28.5 meter hump in the middle. A vertical change from a horizontal. He's like... That's literally what he's saying. It's a vertical plane. He says he thinks Jesse Kozlowski measured a vertical plane. And he's got the chord as a horizontal, so you've got a vertical distance at the center.
Jesse is trying to measure is the elevation above the tangent plane.
Oh yeah, he is ambiguous with this horizontal line, which we can call horizontal, but not him, and curved level.
Listen to what he's saying, though. Listen to the words.
Elevation above the tangent plane.
Oh yeah, it's measurable.
That would be that that chord line up to the causeway.
I nailed that.
So hopefully that makes some sense.
Go back, listen to it again. I know Blue likes us going over these things lots of times.
Causeway elevation.
I did not say that the level is not horizontal.
And the difference between those two is your GPS elevation.
So the difference between the two is a GPS elevation. The difference between which two? We'll go back just to make sure we know what two he's talking about.
That the level is not horizontal.
And the difference between those two is your GPS elevation. Is this curved
on the level
green line of the ellipsoid, or the red line that I say is the actual causeway elevation?
I did not say that the level is not horizontal.
And the difference between those two is your GPS elevation. That's what GPS would be telling you.
Oh yeah, it's measurable.
What Jesse is trying to measure is the elevation above the tangent plane.
Oh yeah.
So what Jesse is trying to measure is the elevation above the tangent plane. Listen to it again.
What Jesse is trying to measure is the elevation above the tangent plane.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I've got it on the clip. I can't really go over it through the thing. It's that clip in Discord. I'm sorry. It keeps shutting my Discord down if I try and upload it again.
No worries.
Yeah, but it's only a short clip, 1.5 minutes. With Blue talking about what Jesse's trying to measure is the elevation above the tangent plane.
What Jesse is trying to measure is the elevation above the tangent plane.
Oh yeah, it's measurable.
That would be that chord line up.
That chord line up. Tangent plane.
Up to the causeway.
I nailed that.
So
from the chord up to the causeway is what Jesse was trying to measure. Vertical distance above a horizontal is an established elevation change. Jesse Kozlowski, according to Blue, was trying to measure a 28.5 meter vertical change above a horizontal in the center of the bridge of Lake Pontchartrain. 28.5 meter hump.
Hopefully that makes some sense.
Yep.
Because nothing those guys said made any sense.
Shout out for the hump.
And then this bit here is a little clip at the end that Blue sent me a message, and the message says, "You can make your own slide without my logo on it. That one is protected by copyright." The Blue Marble, I think, and maybe he's copyrighted the Blue Marble. That one is protected by copyright, and as I just told you, Bev, if you continue using it, I'll file a copyright strike. You're free to use the video clip where I correctly describe the chord, but you're using the slide for pure harassment, and it's going to stop. Got it, pumpkin?
Come on, he called you pumpkin?
Yeah. Yeah, he's copyrighted the Blue Marble thing, I think. It's a copyrighted image, and Blue's going to copyright me if I use the Blue Marble without his logo. Yeah, it's a Blue Marble.
You can't copyright that, can you?
Well, he says he's gonna. Well, I mean, he says he's gonna file a copyright strike, but he might be joking. You know how Blue does? He puts those things in with mistakes and stuff, doesn't he? Just to keep you on your toes. Yeah, but that's it. That's Blue.
Can you copyright the world? That would be something, if indeed that is the world. Yeah.
Okay. So we go over that again. Any big time Blue wants to go over it. Blue's got some proofs of stuff. It's a different Blue Marble. Blue Marble science. Hopefully he's got some content to go over. He can go over this one again if he wants. So anybody got any comments or anything to go over? It is Free for All Friday, and I've took up 2 hours of everybody's time chatting. Shit, if you wanted to talk about stuff. I wanted to go over the vertical planes and the problem that they have. But Blue's established that it is a vertical plane. He thinks Jesse Kozlowski with his GPS surveying was surveying a vertical plane. In his car. With the thing on the roof of his car. Not elevations. Although the elevations are 5.8 meters, Blue thinks he's a 28.5 meter hump rise from horizontal chord. It's a little bit strange. What's everyone
Sorry,
else
I was
think? Go on.
I was just going to say band there's the radius.
What? You broke up there.
I was just going to say, you set it up perfectly, and that's what Jesse did. He put it on his car, and then I came in and said, and bam, there's the radius.
Yeah. It's great. You can do it for me. Jesse Kozlowski can do it, putting a thing on the roof of his car and driving over. It's a pity he can't come and tell everybody himself, but he's left it to Blue. He's left everybody in the capable hands of Blue to explain all of this stuff with his handheld GPS elevation data or whatever. I don't know, get elevation. We'll have to have a look at that Blue stuff. Alpha's in the chat, is he? Good time.
I was over at Blues before, just about 20 minutes ago in the chat, because I heard that they admitted that level is horizontal. I go, I gotta see for myself. But I asked Blue, and he goes, I'll refer to B-ball. And B-ball goes, no.
What? So Blue is referring to B-ball for surveying.
Yeah, the guy that bought an auto level without the measuring rod. Yes, correct.
He has got a measuring rod now, though.
Yeah, after you guys told him that he needs one.
Yeah. Yeah, well, that's what we do. We correct them so that they get their arguments a little bit better. But just him having a stick to go with it, it doesn't make him a surveyor or him understand the surveying principles.
No, well, he thought that he can use a building and the windows, as first story, second story, third, as a measuring for the auto level at about, I think, 16 miles.
Yeah.
He says he always had the rod. We didn't tell him to go get a rod. When he bought his auto level, he bought the rod. That's what he said.
That's a lie.
Yeah.
That's a lie.
Yeah. Yeah, he said he didn't have one. Didn't need one. Didn't need one for what he was doing with the auto level.
Yeah, he said the other night that I was wrong. I was lying.
Mm-hmm.
He bought the auto level and the rod at the same time.
Yep.
Nah, I remember when you guys were telling him, you didn't get a rod? What are you talking about? I remember.
Yeah, well, Bob said all you have to use is sticky tape on a stick. Magic stick, he said he called it. Sticky tape. But I mean, we can talk about this sort of stuff anyway, because who actually has done any surveying? How many people within this arena have actually done some surveying? There's not many. Not many at all. So who can comment on it? I'm not too sure. And those that have done it can't really explain to somebody, because it's a practical thing. 95% of what you do when you are surveying is practical out there. You can't tell somebody anything about that. You actually have to experience it for yourself. That's the only way you can do it. You just will never understand it from a textbook side without the practicality side of it. There's not many textbooks on surveying. It's because it's 95% practical. What's Alpha doing? Are we going to have to ban him? Because it doesn't seem like there's any logical arguments coming out of it. It just seems like he's abuse. What is Alpha got a point for? Does he have anything?
Brenda?
Yeah. Agree. I agree. It's a waste of time having Alpha in the chat. Do we remove him from that? Has everybody had enough? As soon as someone calls you out for not being educated. Wow, that sounds like a bit bigotry, that. Intellectual bigotry.
Come in and show us how smart and educated you are. Come on. I love when people say they're educated. It's one of my favorites.
Shadow Giants.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, man. It's been a troubling week, I would imagine, for the people that have got nothing and no argument. This is where they end up. Sophists or wannabe sophists, parasophistry. Not quite sophistry, but wannabe sophists. They wish they could be sophists, but in order to be sophists, they have to know a bit first and get past their own paralogisms.
You need skill and knowledge to be a sophist. Something they're lacking.
Twitter was laughing at you all day long. What's he talking about? He's Alpha from Twitter. Wow, that'd be a turn up for the books. Have we got a Twitter Glober in here? It sounds beginning to sound more and more like Billy, this alpha. Just making a brew, so chat amongst yourselves for a bit. It is Friday, free for all. We've been heavy on the geometry, but I would imagine there's conversations kicking off all over the place. I hope so anyway, but maybe not.
Well, I heard a new one from Blue today that kind of blew my mind. I was over on their YouTube just poking some fun at them, the usual stuff. And I made the joke that I always make, you guys think you're traveling at 1.5 million miles an hour. So Blue responds with something that kind of like set me back. I wonder if you guys ever heard of this before. He says that we're not moving, that everything around us may be moving, but we're not moving. Has anybody ever heard that before?
Didn't we have somebody in the other day that was saying stationary means not moving relative to something? So like he was the way he was explaining stationary is that you can have a ball and throw the ball at 100 miles an hour, but the surface of the ball is stationary when you relativize it to the ball.
That's Blue.
Yeah.
That's Blue's thing. That's the first time I heard that. That was from Blue telling me about the Coriolis thing.
Yeah, the movement is stationary if you make it relative to itself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He said that, I can't believe I'm going to say this. He said that the ball is both stationary and moving while traveling in a straight line and curving all at the same time. I'm not making this up now, huh? Whoever's listening.
Alpha's trying to make a little bit of a chat in the chat. He's saying that he's been on Twitter and over at 24/7, and they've all been laughing at Saragaki, apparently.
I'll tell him to come here. We'll
if
have
that's
a laugh
not
together.
somebody trying to cause division, I don't know what is. What's he doing here?
So he's somebody you know from Twitter.
I didn't know. It's just somebody who's trying to cause trouble, isn't he? Has he? Anybody in the chat here, right? Has he said anything valuable, or is he just trolling? Is this globe science that Alpha's doing?
No, this is just trolling.
Yeah.
Normal trolling.
Trolling. But under the guise of globe. Right? Or is he just trolling people? Or is he a glober thinking he's trolling flat earthers? Or is this just a troll? Can we have a vote? What's everybody think? Is Alpha a glober who thinks we're flat earthers that's being a bigot towards flat earthers? Or is Alpha just a plain and simple old troll that we just can't be dealing with? Is he doing anything?
I think that Alpha is just doing trolling job. Whatever topic it is. Whatever it would be, he would troll anyway. Just to show his superiority.
Yeah. Well, unless you put something in there pretty good, Alpha, for your next comment, I think you'll be going for a bit. Maybe. Don't know if we have timeouts. Maybe that might be necessary. I'll wait and see what you put. You don't understand the law of identity. There you go. Timeout. Day. There you go. Boom. Oh, that's the first timeout I've ever done. That's good. Alpha seems to think that we don't understand the law of identity, which is that thing is that thing. It's not hard to understand that. But see you tomorrow, Alpha. Weekend. Have a break for the weekend.
I'd say that if Blue said that ball thrown is stationary and in motion, he is committing fallacy of, because he seemingly doesn't understand law of identity, because if you are considering surface of the ball separately and ball itself separately, you are confusing part of the object with the object. This is pars pro toto, part for the whole fallacy, because you cannot describe movement of the object as the movement of in space, as the movement of the part of the ball in relation to the ball. He's confusing part of the ball with the ball. So this is fallacy of misplaced concreteness. Because
he got very upset when I didn't quote him correctly, so I have to add that relative to each other. That's very important for him.
Yes, but this situation is the same as you are driving a car. In relation to the car, you are stationary. But if you are in the car, you are as a physical object, you are part of the car. So you cannot say that the car is not moving with you inside the car. This is fallacy. You can only say that you are stationary in relation to the car only. But if you are driving on the road, you are not stationary in relation to the road. Both of you, car and you, are in motion in relation to the road. This is simple.
Yeah, and then add in the straight and curving motion at the same time. And you have like, I was first thinking dialetheism. Then I said, wait a minute, no, trialetheism. But I think this is like quad atheism. We have to invent another word. Because these are four things happening at the same time.
Yes, they are evolving.
Yeah.
A little bit noisy here in the background. Yeah. I mean, I did hear that the other day, and I've heard all sorts of silly things, but that stationary being moving, but stationary in order to itself, it seems like a law of identity violation, right? You can't have something that's stationary and not stationary, but being able to call it stationary.
Yes,
yeah, just because it's relative to something else.
Yes, something else, not to itself. This is completely nonsense, because how you can establish relation to yourself? You have to have external point of reference at least.
Yeah, always. You always relate something to something else.
Correct.
And so in order for you to, let's say, for the easiest one to get geometrically, you have pi. Well, in order to get pi, that number, you have to relate the circumference to the diameter. You're relating one thing to another thing.
Yes, this is proportion between two separate things.
If you were only relating something to itself, it would be one related to one.
Yes.
Every time.
Yes, so it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
Yes, begging the question. We start off with this globe.
Always, every time. I mean, it gets old, though, for trying to have a conversation. When you know that that's their only point every time. They want to try and get you to imagine that globe, and then everything that they imagine happens on the globe, you have to imagine that happens on the globe with them. And then their argument is based around everything that would happen on their globe. Nothing to do with what would happen in reality, just always everything relating to their imaginary or their imagination of what would happen on their globe.
Classical example would be the conversation yesterday with this Asnak or Asmak or whatever he was. He always started, if we are on the globe.
Yeah.
So he is automatically was begging the question all the time.
Yeah. When I can't really do that, you can just do reality. You can only do reality, actually. You can imagine reality is a globe, or you can imagine reality is whatever you want. You can fit anything into that if you put imagine at the beginning of it. But you can't imagine a measurement between 2 points. Because that's a real thing that you can actually check. There's no need to imagine it. You can actually measure it.
That's why they replace measurement with calculation. But calculation, this is imaginary measurement. They call it calculation. But this is not real measurement.
That's a nice one. That's New York, is it? Page, that picture there. 1 to 2001. What did you put? 1 to 200. 1 to 1200. Yeah. 1 to 1200. Scale. It being 1 to 1200 scale, there is no curvature in it. None. Yeah, I think that's Billy that's taken over page, not actually Alf. I think he's handed his account over. It must be slightly embarrassing. Oh, look, here's Stark Otter. Stark Otter's coming back with the perpendiculars, maybe. He couldn't keep away for too long. Do you want me to read it? As a wise man once said, people who are sincere don't mind discussing topics honestly with people who disagree. People who aren't tend to focus more on speaking to their own side and rely on the echo chambery chorus of "you're right" to affirm their beliefs. And here you are, derping about what they think do. Go figure. Winky face. Come and have a chat. Stark. Oh, wait a minute. You don't. It was probably about 3 years ago, Saragaki, when Stark Order came in. He's unable to talk about perpendiculars and stuff. Which you'd be a good guy to have a chat with him about perpendiculars, but because he's severely model afflicted, he has a problem with perpendicularity. He doesn't know what the problem is, and he can't explain it to you. It leaves him in a bit of a tricky position.
Globals had a problem because discussing topics honestly, in their view, it means that you have to beg the question with them. If you are not doing that, therefore you are not honest.
Yeah, you have to play the let's pretend it's a globe.
Yes, yes. If you don't, you are not honest.
Hey, Stark Odders put, would you like a reminder of how our last half dozen topics discussed went? Yeah. Stark Odder gets really confused about stuff. He can't explain his paralogisms. He assumes that nobody else actually knows anything, and then goes off with the superiority complex because he's the only one that can understand his stuff. I don't even think he's ever talked to any of the Globers about what he thinks, because I don't think they go along with it either. I think he's on his own. Starkod is one of those people. I mean, they'll obviously go along with him because he says you have to, they play the globe game with each other. I'm pretty sure. Pretend it's a globe, and this would have to happen on a globe. So it's a globe. It has to be a globe. That's what we started off with. I like the way they do that. Let's assume it's a globe, and then if we assume it's a globe, then it definitely is a globe, because it's there. It's a globe. We've assumed it.
He's been desperately trying to keep on to his right angle to a circle, or to the circumference of a circle, rather. And it just gets ridiculous. It's just like you say, he can never actually explain his point. He can only come up with some seemingly clever way to tell you that you don't understand, just like you just said. So yeah, that's basically the conversation every time, and it gets old.
Can't get past it, can you? You never never get past the understanding of what their argument is.
His is weird also to me because he has one claim. He claims it's proof, where he proves in his thing there, according to him, that vertical lines are parallel. And then he has a separate proof, he calls it proof, the one with the congruent triangles, which proves they're not parallel in his mind. So he can just back and forth between the two at any given moment, and like it's nothing. Thinks both of them are proof equally.
Contradictory.
Yep.
Yeah, and that's, we've been doing it this morning. He has a paralogism, right? But because it's a paralogism, he doesn't know what it is. He can't express it. And that's why I think he's on his own. I've said, and I really hope he takes this up, and Blue as well. I hope they all take this up. Do a presentation over at Blues, Starkadder, please. Explain to them exactly what it is you've got, and then all of you together can laugh at us. But then we might have an idea on what you're talking about and what your point is, if you can at least try and explain it to somebody else that may be a slightly more understanding of your model. Because I can't put myself in that position to understand what the fuck you're talking about.
Yeah, if Starkadder, if you could also put in as much detail as possible. Be very clear in what you're saying and what you're trying to prove. All of it. Be very concise. That would be amazing.
Yeah. Did you hear that one yesterday with Mobius, and he did like an opening?
Yes, I did. Right. It was good.
Now, do you think we could do something like that with perpendicularity? Right? You know, using the proofs and that you put forward. If we could get the visuals of those proofs while Mobius is talking just like he did, and we could do a perpendicularity encompassing short video just like that, words and all.
Yeah, like show the geometry step by step in the background over his under his voice.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Yeah, we can do that.
We'll do that as a project. I mean, we do quite a few of those type of things, because there will be many once we find out what the confusion of these paralogisms people have. We try and explain them through these basic concepts of geometric proofs. I think it should be good. But I mean, everybody's busy at the minute, and it may take a bit of time to go together. But I think the building blocks of it are already there, aren't they? You know, we've got the geometric proofs, we've got the words and all of that. It's just getting the time together to get everybody to put it together.
Yeah, kind of like the one where SE, when USE went over the point. Kind of like that, in a sense. I'm picturing anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be good. I went and listened to that conversation from yesterday about perpendicular, and it amazes me how it can be misunderstood so badly by some people, let's just say. Straight lines. It always comes back to straight lines every time, and they can't have straight lines. Oh, for some reason, they just cannot allow straight lines. It is mind-blowing to me.
But at the same
it's
time,
the verticals.
At the same time, they are using these straight lines, for example, as tangent lines or chord lines. They have to use them, but on the globe. So they are in very bad position, because if they are trying to deny straight lines, so why they are using them?
I think they know they need a straight line radius, right, for their circle or sphere in this case. They have to have a straight line radius, so they can't completely deny they exist. But once they've gotten past the hurdle of just begging the question of the sphere, then they can throw them out.
Yeah, once you give them the sphere, then they can use that as the baseline. It's the
Yep.
original stolen concept. The sooner you can get to the sphere, then you have the sphere, and job done.
But another problem rises because you cannot use triangles on spherical surface. So they have to create new spherical triangles and spherical geometry, which violates another law. So they are just in that position. They are trying to evolve, but this is the random mutations that lead nowhere. This is funny.
Yeah. Out of the
Yeah, it's
frying
like
pan into the fire.
Yeah, it's like when they come across contradictions that are way too glaring, then they will try and fix it. Oh, spherical triangle. Like that's not oxymoronic, but yeah, they try to do that. But they can't like fill all of the holes, all the contradictions that they have. Like the global horizontal paradox you went over yesterday. They can't do anything about that. That one is stuck, and they're struggling right now.
Yeah, and when you link it to the vertical, once you realize that the global horizontal paradox also goes to the vertical plane.
Yeah, it's basically the same thing because of the perpendicularity. Like it goes both ways with both horizontal and vertical. They can't have either.
Yeah. Well, the vertical plane is the big thing, which Blues said that obviously he imagines Jesse Kozlowski uses the vertical plane. Now, I'm not too sure. I don't know. Jesse Kozlowski might not be having the vertical plane by now. I don't know.
I think Jesse Kozlowski was trolling the Globers. I literally think that's what he did when you listen to how he phrases himself, right?
Yeah.
And he's talking to the Globers specifically. So yeah, I think he's just trolling them.
Yeah, I was listening to it the other day, and when you listen to it, he says he's thankful of flat Earth. He likes the idea of flat Earth. You know, he's probably a flat earther giggling. Or flat Earth Society, at least. I don't want to say flat earther. Flat Earth Society member. Just messing about with people. Dicking about with anyone. Like Alpha. Just trolling.
Oh yeah, that reminds me. Do you have the clip of him and Soundly where they talk about driving underwater? Oh my god, that's classic.
Yeah.
That's why I think he's just trolling the Globers. They see that they know how they hear how ridiculous it is when it's said out loud, and they laugh. But then they also said, yes, that's actually what happened. Like how can that happen in your mind like that? I can't follow along with it, and that's why I think Jesse is just trolling them, having fun with them.
Well, how many times have we done it, right? You imagine what they must think on the other side, talk about it, and then laugh. Right? That sounds like what Jesse was doing.
Exactly, yes.
Laughing at a ridiculous situation with a car driving underwater.
Yeah, that's of course Lake Pontchartrain, because that's what Jesse is gonna go down in history for now. But the 93-foot hump, you can imagine driving along that chord, the straight line chord, the 5.8 meters elevation the entire way, driving through a hump of water 93 foot tall. That's ridiculous, guys. How can you think like this? Snap out of it.
A vertical. It's changed though, right? The moment Blue put that as a vertical plane, then you've established an elevation change. You can't have a vertical plane with a vertical datum and have the vertical datum not being associated to the vertical plane. Where's your reference on the vertical plane? That's what I'd say to anybody that's helping Blue. How is he going to do that? How do you admit there's a vertical plane and there's such a thing as a vertical datum, but then say on that vertical plane you can have a 90-foot hump that isn't a vertical change because it's referenced to a circle on the vertical plane? It's crazy. But hey, that's where they're at now. Well done, Blue. You've got to be able to explain perpendicular to a plane and an elevation change on that vertical plane. Well, I say you have, Blue, and all of the Globe team.
In many cases, right, when you're looking at just your normal real life elevation profiles, that's a vertical plane that shows all the elevation changes in relation to the horizontal plane that is the baseline you measured this from. So it's ridiculous that they can just sit, grown adults sitting and talking to each other like this is just normal and real and true, when it's clear to everyone that no, this doesn't happen in real life. Go outside of these Glober YouTube channels. You'll never hear anybody talk like that or show any diagrams like that. It doesn't happen anywhere else.
I keep getting pictures, but then
I think that people like Blue are just to justify what, for example, Jesse Kozłowski said, because as if you take literally what he said, this is so nonsensical, stupid, and so on, that you have to have someone to explain that this is not stupid, this is very convoluted and very, very, very wise, but you maybe not understand this fully, but this is obviously very, very clever and mathematically proven and so on. But people like Jesse Kozłowski need some team to do that for him, to explain people that in fact he said something very smart or wise, but in fact he said gibberish. But you need someone to explain. This is like, for example, people who are critiquing films. So he can say that this film was very, very, very wise and very convoluted, and he's explaining how this director of the film done that and these things in film, but in fact, for example, it could be very, very bad film. But this guy can make this film better. So sometimes you can be suggested by this opinion and go to the cinema because you have read somewhere that this film is good. So I think that the same thing is with Globbers. They have that people like, for example, George Musa was explaining to Fight the Flat Earth what he should think, and he is just transmitting what Globbers should think. This is stupid what George Musa said, but the job of these people like Fight the Flat Earth is to make it looking smarter than it is in reality, because George Musa said very stupid thing. So now Globbers are scratching their heads. What should we do to convince people that George Musa in fact said something very, very wise?
Who is George Musa?
He is a theoretical physicist, and he is in very famous. He is the redactor in very famous scientific periodic. I can't remember, but very, very, very famous and top one of the top scientists supposedly in the world. So he's
theoretical.
Authority. Yes, theoretical.
Okay, so what sort of stuff does he do?
Oh, I don't know, but it is to. I cannot understand that because you know I am not on his level, of course.
Oh, is he the one who told Fight the Flat Earth that he can think of gravity as a force if he wants?
Yes,
Yeah,
but,
right.
But before that, he said that that gravity is not a force, but you can think of it as it was. So he just gave permission to Fight the Flat Earth to say that people should think of gravity as it was. But before he said that it isn't force. So first he is lying, and he said that he is happy to think that gravity is real. So this is that kind of language, very scientific, of course, which explains why people should think that gravity is real, because it makes them happy.
Well, because some guy has said that to Fight the Flat Earth that it's okay for him to think some way about something that nobody knows what it is, right? There's no experimentation to go with any of this stuff.
Yes, but you can be happy because it will solve many problems for you. So, to fight the flat Earth is just parroting after him what George Musa said.
You mean like solve many cognitive dissonance issues?
Yeah,
Like,
just you can forget about it, right?
Yeah, you can get out of, what did you call it? Aporia. You can get out of that if you just think of this like this. No problem.
Yes, so that's his solution for the problem.
To me, that one specifically seemed like he was getting annoyed with Fight the Flat Earth, and it's like, yeah, you can think of it like this. Like, can we please move on from this conversation? You're annoying me. Like, that kind of feeling I got from it anyway.
Yeah, Fight the Flat Earth had a personal beef with somebody else over another argument, and he wanted to try and get one over on that personal beef and use George Musa to help him do that. And George Musa wasn't getting involved in it.
Yeah, basically, yes.
Why would he? Because George Musa wouldn't be able to say something like that. He's a theoretical scientist. He can't even let you be involved in any of that. But he does tell you can think like that, which I think is mainly what the theoretical physicists do, isn't it?
Yes, just fantasy. So he was smiling during this conversation. I think he was smiling because he felt pity for Fight the Flat Earth, but at the same time, I think that he was not verbally telling Fight the Flat Earth, be smarter.
You could literally see Fight the Flat Earth's face. George Musa would have definitely seen his face. And you would have known that Fight the Flat Earth was getting frustrated.
Yes, he was confused. But he said, you can think of this, that this is real. Even if you know that this is not real. Think of this as real. And after some time, Fight the Flat Earth understood what George Musa meant, because I think that, because for me it is still unbelievable that supposedly scientists could say something like that. So I understand confusion of Fight the Flat Earth, but this is level of scientism nowadays.
Yeah, well, I mean, like, after you've just said that, right, now what we're dealing with is somebody who said something ridiculous to appease somebody else, and you've got somebody who says ridiculous things to cause drama on his YouTube channel. Both of them are just people. Just like you and me and everybody. There's no reason for us to be giving any weight to the conversation that I had between two people that seem to be, I don't know. Like the Flat Earth wasn't asking the questions from an honest point. He was trying to win a point with somebody else. And George Musa was just trying to appease Fight the Flat Earth. There was not much science or learning that went on in that conversation at all.
Yes, but supposedly he was, maybe is, authority, because Fight the Flat Earth went to him, not to average Joe, but to him, because I think for help. So but this help which George Musa gave him was not scientific help, but rather psychological help.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. But but again, that video, right? That was the last time Fight the Flat Earth ever got chance to talk to anybody like that. No other person will go on that show with him now. He put the wrong pressure onto that guy, and he asked him the wrong questions.
Yes. So he because he, I think that in maybe in scientific society, so to speak, he would be considered as not stupid but irresponsible, because he should know that he couldn't ask that kind of question.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, his model affliction led him to try and win one over for the globe. But George Musa's too smart to get involved with the model thing, right? Most of this stuff, people like to try and say it's flat earthers that are the bad ones, but it's not. There's no such thing as a flat earther. The Earth's obviously not flat. It's the globers that are over obsessed with their model that have to generate a I don't know what it's called, and like a boogeyman that they can fight against. So they're fighting against the flat earthers.
Dummy, create dummy to hit. Yes.
Yeah. Neither of them are real, but it is the globers that make the flat earthers. I'm not a flat earther, but the globers will tell you I am. They've made me into a flat earther. I'm not a flat earther. I don't know how many other people there are around here. I'm pretty much certain that everybody's an individual that can take the label upon themselves if they want to. The globers don't do that. The globers hand the labels out.
How many years have you been involved in this whole thing now? That it's a while, right?
It was about the time when Brexit was going on that I first started looking for the people that get triggered at other people's opinions, let's say. But just people that get triggered at other people for no apparent reason. Because of things that they say. So yeah, about 5 or 6 years. I mean, I don't even know. I've lost track of time.
It's kind of crazy to me how far out of their way they've gone to put that label specifically, flat Earth, onto you and onto the server and onto your YouTube channel and everything, so that most of the people, like a vast majority, most of the people who come into this Discord server now are just basically globers here to, like, they come with derogatory remarks and stupid claims.
Yeah, misrepresentations and misunderstandings.
Yeah, basically, yeah. And they've done that. Like, actively, hard at work, they've done that for years.
Mm-hmm.
Because they are not operating on the level of logic thinking. This is operation, psychological operation and media operation. So they are not operating with arguments, just labeling people, and they have many channels which are ridiculing so-called flat Earth. So their job is just to label someone or to put to the right folder. If you are in folder named flat Earth, it is good. But if you are not, because you don't want, they will push you there and keep you there. So because then you will be easier target for them. But this has nothing to do with arguments, logic, or whatever, or science. Nothing to do with that.
Like Saragaki was saying a little bit ago, the non-argument is getting old. I really would like to have a discussion with somebody about the proofs that we can have.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. That would be really amazing to actually have an honest conversation about this instead of this, but what about on a globe kind of a thing that's always thrown in for no apparent reason when we're just talking about geometry and reality. It gets old really, really quickly for me nowadays. It's it's ridiculous.
Because I can see what's coming, right? We know what perpendicular is. And they're going to be saying, well, what about perpendicular on a globe? What would perpendicular on a globe be like? That's what they're going to come with. That's going to be their argument for the next year or so.
And then they're going to collect answers to that question and come up with some sort of redefinition for themselves that they can pass around between themselves and come back with after, like, see, you even agreed to this, blah 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 blah. Basically they're gonna have us or people like us, people who are logically minded and geometrically grounded, help them basically by just talking to them about perpendicular. They learn how to get around all sorts of things over time.
Yeah,
for
any
themselves.
conversation about it, they will learn from all of those little conversations and pick up pieces of it all the time.
Yep.
We were talking earlier about Wittgenstein. We're spot on. And there's a thing with Wittgenstein, right? He said that there comes a point where things that aren't worth saying just aren't worth saying. Right? There's sometimes silence is better than droning on about shit that doesn't mean anything. The only conversation that's actually meaningful is a meaningful conversation. And sometimes you're better off just to shut your mouth and not say anything. And I'm rapidly reaching that point. Not that you don't say anything, it's just that I can't be doing with non-arguments after non-arguments and going nowhere. Because that is literally guaranteed where we will go 99% of the time when Globers come in here with a preconceived idea about what they're talking about.
Yes, that's why the Socratian method is best here, but all of conversations unfortunately will end on that stage because they cannot pass this stage. They cannot define things. They cannot define words, what words mean, and what this word mean in that context, for example. So they cannot pass this stage to move to to stage of argumentation. So This is sad, but I have heard many conversations, discussions. So generally on on that topic, it fails at first stage of defining things.
I would really like the last. Was it on Trivium night? You went over aporia and the other one. I cannot remember. I probably fell asleep at some point.
Elencus.
Yeah.
Elencus, yeah. I really liked that one. That was a good one.
Yeah.
And shout out Buster for that, definitely.
Yeah, that's one of those ones with the missing words. Well, some of them got replaced there, right? The missing words reappeared. Because aporia is one of those words from... I don't know what you say. It's one of those words from antiquity, right? That has been missing, but in the true sense of the trivium and words that define things. And I think they were going over how the definitions. We'll have to go over it again loads of times, but within definitions, there's different ways that you can define things, and aporia being the pathless path, thanks Buster, is perfect. When you understand the psychological position that the person gets put in just by being asked questions, and they find themselves on a pathless path.
In a dead end.
Yeah, they cannot answer the question, because then the contradiction becomes way too glaringly obvious for that very person himself or herself. So I think that's a really good description of aporia, the pathless path. I think it's really nice.
Yes, but this is Socratian method is for that. So not only, but this is one way of discussing things using Socratian method. So that's why people just run away. Because if you are drilling them on definitions, on meanings, they eventually would reveal their intention, real intention in discussion. So they rather would run away than expose their true intention.
And that's also why it fits so well within the theme of the law of identity, right? That you have to have that something to point out and to say that, hey, this is the thing we're talking about. That we can actually have a horizontal plane in reality established by a water level, and you can point at it, you can show people, you can inspect it from all angles, you can, this is what it is. This thing here is a horizontal plane established by this tool right here. And that is the killer to their entire thing, that is possible to do in reality. And I love it. I don't know what to say. I just think it's amazing.
Yeah, I think the trivium for us, because I know when you came and gave us the law of identity, which sort of is the building blocks of that method, but the trivium comes a little bit before it, I think. I think those laws are sort of, they are within it, but they're built up upon the foundings of the trivium, aren't they? The trivium or the organon is the method, the instrument that you use from that instrument, you can derive the law of identity, the law of the excluded middle, and law of non-contradiction. Just because without those things, the organon wouldn't work. A sort of self-evident.
Organized.
Yeah.
I was going to say the organon organized everything.
Yeah, and it kept the red thread throughout, right? That's key with the law of identity, law of non-contradiction, and law of the excluded middle. You have to keep the red thread. You're gonna make an argument or make a point about something. You're gonna have to keep that red thread from, start to finish. It has to run throughout. Otherwise, how are you gonna relate your conclusion to your premise if there's a disconnect? A non sequitur, right? That would be. So this is important stuff.
Yes, it is related with first principles of reasoning, like law of identity, or that part is not a whole, that greater is greater than smaller, and not vice versa. Such things, these are axioms. So you cannot go backward more than to them. But whole our thinking is based on that. So in logic, you can always connect every thinking, every inference to that principle. If they are not connected, somewhere you will spot error. So that's beautiful, that you can always go to the highest or to most simple rules of our mind. So there is no disconnection between these first principles of human thinking and conclusions from argumentation. You can always link to them.
I think what it does as well is it tries to simplify the entire process, method, and everything into the basic components of what you're talking about, and to make it understandable, which is exactly the opposite of what I find the people that we end up talking to are doing. They're purposely trying to confuse, trying to make things more complicated than they need be.
Yes, this is their tactic. So this is tactics. I cannot say that this is method, because this is too big word for that. Just tactics.
Yeah.
I am also sorry, I'm looking forward to the sophistical refutations as well, because that's what I was sort of researching, different fallacies when I came in here, and that's how I got across the law of identity and all of these things as well. And it all relates back to that, all of these fallacies. So when we finally get there within the organon, I think that's going to be really good for future reference, right? For everybody here and for everybody on YouTube to follow along with that, because I think that's going to be eye-opening to not only us, but a lot of people.
Well, like we were saying the other day, there are some fallacies that aren't going to be in that book. There are going to be loads of fallacies in there, and probably people see the development of them, but there are some that won't be in it because I think some fallacies are just so stupid that they wouldn't have even have been dreamed of back in the day. Because people back then, I pretty much think that they were much cleverer than we could ever be back then. There's no such thing as the caveman. Stupid. Definitely not when you go back to the Greek age, right? They are all much better thinkers than we could ever be.
At least in our time.
Yeah.
I don't want to speak too far backwards in time, but in our time, like recent memory, at least we have this whole education system that has taught this stuff, erroneous thinking, let's just say, to everybody. And most people, as far as I can tell anyway, a lot of people, let's just say, they will take on that fallacious or erroneous thinking and they will run with it.
Well, they've been
they come
taught
in
to
here.
accept it, right? The
Yeah,
process is they've been taught to accept that type of thinking. That repetition learning, that, you know, repeating.
Yeah, get the answers correct. You know the answers because we already told them to you, right? That kind of thing, I'm not so sure it went on in the past. People were way more, yeah, this is my opinion. I think people were way more in reality, let's just say, back then, because that's where they were living. They didn't have this system that they spent, a decade and a half within, almost 2 decades to learn this way of thinking that is pretty far removed from reality, which becomes quite obvious when you're trying to talk about straight lines with people in this Discord server, for one. So, yeah, if my point came across, I just think we're having way more of an obstacle nowadays to get through with the education system than they had in the past, is my point.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm speaking specifically with the stolen concept fallacy. It's I Am Rand, who's still around today, I think, that supposedly made that one up. But I mean, did she make it up, or is it something that wouldn't have even have been dreamed of back in the day? The idea that you could use a triangle as a proof to prove that triangles don't exist, right? That triangles aren't there. I mean, that's so ridiculous. It's definitely not going to be in Aristotle, right? Sophistical refutations, because it would never have been dreamed of.
No, anybody claimed that in those times, they would be laughed at by everyone. Yeah, I think you're right. There's probably going to be...
It would be too stupid.
Yeah.
For them to deal with such nonsense.
It's not even claimed as a fallacy, right? It's that bad. There's no fallacious reasoning. It's just fucking stupidity for you to not notice that. Wally's promoting Soundly's. Oh, Wally's promoting SE's clip. That's good for you. SE, have you done a deal with him?
Oh, shucks, it got out. Was trying to keep it under the table.
You've got Wally passing it around. See if he's passed it around. We've already had it in here. But yeah, SE's got a clip out from the other day. And Blues as well, he played it. The bit where you said we should cut that one out. Well, that's the bit he's cut out, I think.
Well, thanks there, Wally.
I don't understand why he is insisting on that circle can be drawn. What about circle? I cannot understand what he is talking about. Why he is insisting on 3 points and circle?
It's the great parallelism. We define many triangles. What's Wally talking about?
Well, can you draw 3 points on a piece of paper and show how more than one circle can be drawn passing through all 3 points?
Ah, no, he didn't say the circumcenter. I was just saying you can make many circles, well, 3, with 3 points. Because you can draw a circle from using any 2 points, and you can do that 3 times with a circle.
Cannot see any problem, because if you take one side of the triangle as diameter, you can draw a circle around this triangle, so you have 3 points on the circle. But I don't know if he was talking about this. I really cannot understand what he is talking about.
He's talking about the circumcenter, right? When you do geometry, right? You can do geometry to do whatever. There are many different ways you can use perpendiculars and the points for the triangle to find all sorts of different things. And they're just talking about a circle. I mean, how many ways can you relate a circle to a triangle? I say quite a few. Because the circle definitely relates to the triangle. Mainly the fact that any angle circumscribed through the semicircle will be a right angle. That triangle. But I don't think that's the sort of triangle circle proofs that they want to be talking about.
These globbers have very hard time to express themselves in concise way. So, for example, Rumpus his way of talking is as such that he's talking for 5 minutes and I don't understand what he's talking about, because he's changing topics in the middle of the sentence. He's backpedaling and making new subject in the sentence. So it's very hard to understand what he's going to say at the conclusion, because sometimes the conclusion is about everything but what he said before. So these people cannot concisely say a sentence with sense. Very hard for them.
I think the closest and one of the better examples of them having actually done that is the 5.8 across the entire Lake Pontchartrain Bridge, where they will state plainly that that's a circle, even though it's a straight line. So that's where the whole great parallelism just shows itself, that begging the question of it being a circle instantly. Goes to show for everybody with their head screwed on anyway that that's clearly a fallacious way of concluding when you have a straight line and you think it's a circle, there's something going on with your logic not being quite on par there. And I think it comes out very well with the Lake Pontchartrain, topic at large. Jesse and Blue being, and Soundly, I guess, also being the biggest names in that very monstrosity.
That's why the operation is because imagine if Jesse Kozłowski would say alone, just make a video or video vlog and would say in 5 or 10 minutes what he meant to say about that. I think the most people would just say that he's talking stupid shit. But if it is in conversation with someone else, it just as Beth presented, he was talking. It was in conversation. So what Jesse said, his partner in discussion was explaining what Jesse said. So this is the oracle and interpreter. I think
Yep.
that
Yeah, I'd like to hear Jesse. Just to talk to you guys, right? He doesn't have to come and talk to me. He says he's had enough of talking to me. But I don't want to be the cause of him, everybody else not getting an answer from Jesse Kozlowski. So if he does want to come and he wants to have a, like an open day somewhere, if he wants to go over to Blues perhaps and field some questions that people have. I mean, I know Blue's not going to unban me over there on his server, but he might unban a few of the other guys. Yeah. Let them go over and talk to Jesse. You have to vet the questions maybe. Make sure they don't put any questions to Jesse that might be uncomfortable for him to answer. Surveying questions and stuff like that. But it would definitely be helpful if somebody was willing to come and answer a few questions. Maybe explain a few of the things that seem a little bit tricky for people to understand.
I think that it's rather impossible to make that happen.
I know that because I'm studying it at the minute. This paralogism, blindness. If you've built up, Buster said, if you've actually accepted some of these fallacious reasoning as actual truths, then it's called a paralogism. You hold a fallacious truth, but you've accepted it. It takes a lot for you to question that. Sometimes they've been locked in that deeply that you can't even contemplate questioning it. And that once you get to that position, then you can't see that what you have a fallacious reasoning for. And that's where we're going to be when we talk to people. They literally can't see it. There was a step in the in Euclid that they called the Bridge of Asses. for many different reasons. The stories go back to try and explain why they called it that. Some people say that it's called the Bridge of Asses because asses can't get over it. It's an ending block for somebody who doesn't have the ability to go any further within geometry. It's about a triangle because it's not that far into it. And I think that's the similar sort of thing that we're seeing here. A conversation can't progress because you're dealing with a group of people that literally can't progress the argument or the conversation. It can't go any further. Like people's journeys into Euclid and geometry. It stops.
It has to stop because many times, just if you will ask one question too much, too deep, it could destroy their model. So they are just afraid. They are just afraid.
I don't want to say fear. I don't think you can. I think there's something to do with the mind. Right? They're unaware of it because it's a paralogism that they hold. They're unaware of that paralogism. So their brain shields them from it. Cognitive dissonance.
Many of them, yes.
Yeah, cognitive dissonance is the distraction of your own brain that doesn't want you to see something. It's a defense mechanism. And I think what we deal with here and what we're talking to is the ability to find people that can deal with that cognitive dissonance, right? Because everybody has a different form of cognitive dissonance. It works in different ways with different people. And the people that we talk to are willing to be challenged by it. Cognitive dissonance to some people is a chance to learn. To others, I don't think they're aware of it even occurring.
Yes, many of them don't know because they don't realize that to being in contradiction is a logical error itself. But they are happy with that. So, because I think that this is psychological defense, because logic itself cannot explain something, but you can just support your well-being with psychology only, not with logic. Only psychological, let's say, relief as distraction from thinking.
Try thinking. The actual fact of trying to think. Sometimes people choose to not try thinking because it's easier. To not think is easier than to think. Because as we've found, as a lot of people within this arena are going to find out what a Penrose is, and that's once you try to think something that's beyond reality, you can take yourself to dark places. And that then becomes a painful process. That is where madness is. And I'd suggest not trying to take your mind to strange places. The moment you start dealing with contradictions and then having to accept contradictions because of the consequences, then that's a bad place to be in. Well, I mean, who can say? I think it may be. It would, for me, it would be a bad place for myself to put myself in. But other people may enjoy it.
Maybe for a while, but you know, you cannot fight against your conscious all the time. I think this is impossible to fight against your conscious whole life.
Yeah, everybody's on their own journey within this. So everybody has to decide what's best for themselves. I'm rapidly deciding that conversations are only worth having if I can either learn for myself or if I can pass some knowledge on. To have these conversations where nothing fruitful comes from them on either side, then I don't know. I'm not too sure whether it's worth having it. Not too sure whether those conversations are worth having.
Sometimes it's worth because some person who you are conversing with, it may be not fruitful for that person, but for the third person, it could be, who is just hearing this, listening to this conversation. It could be fruitful. Sometimes it is that way that you don't learn on your own mistakes, but someone else could learn from other people's mistakes. So sometimes it could be worth.
Yeah, we have had all of these sort of conversations about, you know, how it's always good because at least somebody would ask a question about something. But I'm talking specifically of the conversations that we have that go on for hours. For instance, this morning with Stark Odder. Stark Odder was talking to multiple people this morning, 3 or 4 of us. And 3 or 4 of us didn't have a clue what he was talking about. He didn't seem to make a point about what he was talking about. And he confused Blood more than helping him. Me and Blood had a good conversation in trying to sort out the confusion that Blood's had. So that's a conversation that did help from a conversation that meant nothing. So yeah, I know what you mean.
Sometimes conversation can turn out in unexpected direction. So and someone can learn from this. Sometimes both sides can be surprised where the conversation is going. Sometimes one side can say something unintentionally, which someone can hear. For example, can check honesty of that person. So sometimes it may be seemingly not fruitful, but in the longer way, in the long path, it can be fruitful, I think, for educational, let's say, purpose also, because you can learn from your own mistakes to improve yourself in discussions, for example.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely up for conversations. Just saying, I'd like to try some new, different types of conversations. Because at the minute, the conversations we were having in this particular channel are the ones, like with Starcoder, that go for 4 hours that nobody understands what his point is. Or Wally. Now, some of them, I don't know if you've ever had any conversations with Wally, either in text or verbally. But, I mean, that's an experience. Very strange experience. But it's getting more and more. I almost think sometimes the conversations we have with people make people crazy.
Yes, because if you have interlocutor who's coming here only to win some point or to show superiority, so if he see that he fails, he is just angry because he went here to win easy prize and he is beaten, for example, because some people are just here for fight to win easy match.
Yeah, well, I think we're all about the conversation. And this week has been a good week. Shout out Askin. I think he's been asking for Surveyor Week. But we've extended it. It's been that good. We've extended it to next week as well. Surveyor Fortnight. Globe Surveyor Fortnight we're doing. So get ready for it. Next week, again, Model Affliction Monday. See what we can get sorted, ready for that. The hump, the drop, the surveyors, and then we'll try and go over the process of how surveying actually works. Free from globe model contradictions. Let me just sort this out.
I'm personally interested in that because this is maybe my character, but if I lack knowledge about something completely, and that would be surveying. So I just have some ambition to not be so dumb on that topic as well as I was before. So I am just eager to learn, at least to some grade, that to be not so stupid on that topic.
Okay. Thanks for coming. It's Friday free for all, and I think we've been good, but there's not been many. But I think there was a guy that said he was going to come back round again, but he's not. He had to go and see his girlfriend. He didn't come back again. We're always up for conversation. This is probably one of the easiest Discords to talk to people. Maybe not if you've got a model, or maybe not if you're scared of Elenchus. Just openly answering questions. We're all up for it.
Especially that these questions are not very hard to respond. Really.
Well, yeah, we try and keep everything as simple as possible. So if anybody asks a question, please answer it as simply as possible. And then I think we can generate a good conversation. It's fruitful for both parties, or maybe even more than both parties, multiple people.
Yep.
Okay. Anybody got any final words? Thanks for coming, everyone. SE's got a few clips out recently. I think SE, you're going to get some. You've been having some conversations. I take it your videos are coming out for conversation. SE gets into some good conversations over in all of the servers. He's our man about town.
As a matter of fact, I do have a couple of them coming up. Yeah.
Keep an eye out for them. SE Montreal. Out about the Discord servers. Talking to people about things like we do.
All right. Good night. Thank you very much for the stream and conversation.
Yeah, and you. Thanks for coming. We'll be back on Monday. Maybe we'll do one over the weekend. You never know. Right, this is sign out. Thanks for watching, everybody. Thanks for coming. It's been a good week. We're much more of the same stuff next week. Model Fiction Monday. See you then.
It's the echo in your brain. You know you can't sustain the misconceptions in your mind. One day you'll see for sure what all of this was for. Then you can leave it all behind. The journey begins. I am the one, yeah, that will show the proof. I am the one, yeah, that is searching for the truth. I am the whispers of the logic in your mind. I am an agent of the Logos. In the beginning was found this thing that cannot speak. It's how we all truly learn. It's only ever attained when one lets go of fear. So don't let wisdom pass you by. journey begins. I am the one here that will show the proof. I am the one here that is searching for the truth. I am the whispers of the logic in your mind. I am an agent of the Logos. It was there all along. How could I never have seen this thing that's danced all around? It wasn't until I left behind the things I believed that I could see things so clear. The journey begins. Become the one here that will show the proof. Become the one here that is searching for the truth. Become the whispers of the logic in their mind. Become an agent of the Logos. Become an agent of the Logos. We are the agents of the Logos.